Are we good? Okay. Hello, everyone. It's showtime. Welcome to the Arcade of Despair. There's no tokens. You have to use your own money. And the only cabinets are Raw Thrills light gun games and a broken board of the Tower of Duraga, which does not have continues, and someone's written obscenities all over the community notes. Oh, there we go. I'm glad everyone's enjoying New Game. The only cabinets are Galloping Ghost. Hi, everyone. So, okay. Oh, I'm glad Kai's here. So, hello, welcome. This stream is going to be a complete disaster. But you know what? Before we do anything, have you seen this? Have you seen this mascot lately? Former ADK artist West Maison drew this for me. They opened their skeb. It's really good. They added like a bunch of details. I love the QTQ hair clip. That's so good. Why is my phone ringing? No, oh my god. Hold on. I bet my brother's phoning me. Hang on. We'll be right back, folks. Okay, we're back now. got a few texts. Tried to call. Have you started streaming? He's on tour. He's practicing. He doesn't know what day it is. It's fine. Stream is officially a disaster, as I said. Good. I'm glad. So, right. Let's see. Atari lawyers incoming. Raw Thrills calling streamer like heard you were talking shit. Tell him we said hi. The text I want the car, I need the keys. Okay. Okay, so yeah, there's ADK Sarah Sowerty. I'm very happy with that. I'm really glad. They absolutely nailed it. So that's first order of business. Second order of business. This stream is either going to be an hour long or 10 hours long. I have no idea. But what we're going to do is we're going to look at various images and videos of undumped, unpreserved, maybe even unproduced arcade games. That is the entire subject of this stream. And I wanna start by saying that this entire stream would not be possible without the hard work of people who preserve images, videos, find some of these boards and get them dumped, preservationists of any kind. I am merely telling the stories. Other people have done the work, and so I will do my best to credit people as best I can. When this stream is over, I will link to a giant link dump that has absolutely everything I used to make this. Now, originally, this was like one that I was gonna do in the far future, but I had to bring it forward a little because main world info has disappeared. Which is where Bobby Tribble's Undumped page was. Fortunately, you can still access it via the Wayback Machine, and I'd saved the images in advance, so I was like, okay, we'd better bring this forward. Not only has one of the big sources shut down, hopefully temporarily, but also a lot of Atari and other prototypes are getting dumped lately. We had Jammin' recently. They found a pitch for a Garfield game. Williams' The Predators was found, so I was like, okay, better bring this forward. Proving that that there's always a way that something happens when I try to do a thing. Literally, like 2 days ago, one of the big retro game YouTubers did a video all about undumped arcade games called Lost Media. Fortunately, they only covered 5 of them, and only one of them was in this presentation. It'll still be here, so hopefully I could do a bit of a better job. Hopefully it gets back online. I know that people are aware of the problem. I just don't know how it happened. Anyway, let's move Nax. Nakaruru can sit here. There we go. Let's see. So, where do we start? Okay. Right. So, also, a big thank you to... let me just double check that this is the right link. Oh, this is... Yeah, it is. Big thanks to the opponent for supplying us with a custom build of mpv.io, which allows us to use YouTube playlists, which makes our job 10,000 times easier. Maybe the lost media was the friends we made along the way, etc., etc. How ironic. The Undumped Information Archive has itself become undumped. But yeah, with this, I just plug the YouTube playlist into the program, and it plays them automatically, one after the other, which makes my life significantly easier. Now, so we're doing this in year order. The process was quite simple. I thought of the games that I'm interested in, and then I went to the Undumped wiki at Mira Hayes and worked my way from there. So let me, yeah, here we go. Unfortunately, this is a slightly, Julia, have you seen my car keys? It's become lost media. I had it nearby last night. Now, this is actually a redone version of an older wiki that did disappear, and some of the information is better on the older one, so we do have to link to that old one a few times. Lost media, browser blows up. Lost media just means it doesn't show up in the first page of a Google search. MPV is the new VLC. Somebody didn't recognize the MAME in MAME World meant multiple arcade machine emulator and not... Okay. So, yeah, so I compiled a list of about 50 games. Some of these, there's literally like a single picture to work with. Others, we've got way more. And some of them are jokes. Some of them I put in as funny jokes because they're not really undumped. They don't really exist. Or do they? Oh. You'll do your best to hold your tongue about it, thank you. All I'll say is I saw a Blue Sky post recently that said, Mommy, what was it? Mommy put her hands over her face, now she's lost media. A joke, a subtle satire about how the phrase has lost meaning. Anyway, it's joke. That's right. It is joke. Calling Battle Twist lost media until ACA 2 with rollback. Hope you paid respects to Unmaimed with the British Magazine special. No, Jeremy, your memories aren't lost media. You have retrograde amnesia require medical attention. Oh god, okay, let's get this disaster started. So I've put this into year order, except for the final 4, which are you'll see. So let's start with Yusaku from 1978. So okay, we'll do the YouTube link first. The 4 Kings of Undumped Games. So, oh yeah, I think I know what. Yeah, Kak's talking about Parasol Stars. I didn't include that. Sorry, because it's not an arcade game. So let's start with Yusaku. So this is an old SNK game Or is it? Let's watch this video. Now, the sound balance is going to be all over the fucking place, so my apologies. Okay, let's see. Emulators. Are we getting sound? We'll be getting sound in a minute, I think. Unless I muted it by mistake. Hang on. Oh, I think we're getting, like, a sound. So, notice the copyright at the bottom. It doesn't say SNK. It says Orca Corporation. That's a misspelling, I believe, of Orca, who is a company that did do a bunch of arcade games in the early 80s. There's beeping. Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. There's also, like, a slight hiss, so don't worry about that. Yeah, this is the Lumberjack game. It's based on a popular Enka song at the time. The beeping should be coming from the game. The Marine Boy people. No sound yet. I don't think it's... How about now? I just fast-forwarded a bit. Oh, barely. Okay, I can crank it up. The sound balance is going to be all over the fucking place tonight. I'm going to do my best. Only available on the Epoch Cassette Vision and the black and white Neo Geo Pocket. Yes! So, this is like early SNK game developed by Orca. Based on an Enka song and it's all about lumberjacking. Still undumped. No one's found it yet. But you can play a port to the cassette vision. And if you play the King of Fighters... See, we chopped down a tree. If you play the King of Fighters Battle to Paradise on a black and white Neo Geo... Oh, it's getting funky. I believe they did license the Enka song, yes. There's a lot of good info on this from VG Densetsu. Hang on. I'm going to be juggling a few windows here. No, that's not quite what I wanted. Hang on. Copy link. There we go. So, this was covered in Beep Mega Drive, which has a lot of info, and I believe they did license the song from Jazz Rack. Don't worry about the bird's fine. Yeah, if you play... I believe if you have Neo Geo Pocket Color Collection Volume 2, play Battle to Paradise in black and white, and you play a remake of this game. Where was this guy in KOF? Okay, so let's see where we are in the video. Hang on. Okay, right. So pause. Right. We're gonna be juggling a lot of things here, so I'm gonna try my best to keep up. So next on our list is this is our first cheat. This is the first time we're cheating. This isn't really a video game. Uh-oh. No. Oh, that spoiled the next video. Oh, there's a few games here that have unofficial remakes. Bouncer is one of them. Bear with. So world's first pinball game using a TV monitor. From our friends at Universal, it's Harem Cat. 6 players, 10 ball excitement. Scores to 999,990. Yes. It does look like Harem Get, isn't it? Yeah. TV monitor. It's a video game, exactly. They're daring you to count to stop it. Yosaku, the guy from Lasso, and Tom from Fantasy for Next KOF team, absolutely. So, expands the world of play, Universal. This is from 1979 again. See, it's got a tiny little monitor. Don't worry, this is fine. There's nothing untoward on the back glass there. Extra ball feature display. Kittens proceed when the ball goes out. One by one, they change into charming girls. Wait, hold on. Wait. Dancing. The girls gradually change into extra ball display. So yeah, they're using the monitor for filth. The kittens change into glamorous girls. Is this the first cat girl in gaming? It could be. When the screen appears, the game is annulled. All these game instructions are displayed on the color TV monitor. Dancing? Dancing. Yes, good. And we have a full view of the table itself. Again, there's fortunately, our mascots are covering up anything that we don't want to see. That we're not allowed to see. Hate it when my games are annulled, I know, tell me about it. Passing the ball through the upper rollover lanes and erasing the cat letters multiplies bonus up to 2 times or 3 times. So it's got a full explanation of the rules here. Distinctive characteristics. CPU mounting guarantees trouble-free operation. 3 or 6 door option, convertible to add a ball. Completion of extra ball and special features displayed intriguingly on the monitor screen. The sophisticated playfield packs in features offering thrilling pinball excitement. The best 5 high scores displayed at game's end. Again, there's nothing, there's no nudity here. It's all good fun. But yeah, there's the color display. See, it's all fine. They're all covered up. So there's the head office for Universal. Don't send anything to... They had a European office? Oh yeah, the artwork is incredible. It's really good. I wanted to feature at least one Universal game that wasn't Captain Zap. So, this one's for you, Clip. There's exactly one known surviving example, and it's in a retro arcade in Lebanon? Let there be no mistake, there is no nudity in Harem Cat. Yeah. Absolutely not. Playing ball, it even tells you what ball is in play. This is really good for 79. It's really interesting. So, there's our first cheat entry. I was like, okay, let's include a pinball, just for fun. So, what's next on our list? Next on our list is... Oh, I have a long list to read to you. I hope you're excited. Here's a list. I'm going to read this out in its entirety. This is a list of Atari arcade games that probably don't exist. A little bit of Italian bottom action for the freaks. Considering what the other CRT pinball hybrids are like, there's a very real chance Harem Cat is the best one by default. I mean, you're not wrong. We've all seen Baby Pac-Man. I find it charming, but I know that people hate it. Anyway, so here's a long list of Atari games that probably don't exist. People combed through a lot of correspondence with Atari internally at Atari, so there were a lot of games proposed that might not exist at all. And from top to bottom, the list is Alicorn from 83, Cheap Hotel from 83, Demolition Derby from 83, Demolition Squad / Powerfinger from 83, Doctor Doom from 83, Elliot 1983, probably codename for E.T. Oh shit, thank you. Thanks for that, Clip the Jester. Oh, that's great. I'm adding that to the list. Equestrian Rider / American Velvet Game 83, Horse Jumping / Racing Laserdisc, Everest 83, Fat Cat was probably a code name for Garfield, which exists at the very least as some sort of pitch, because that was found recently. Oh my god. Wait, are these all 83? No, there's like at least one that isn't 83. So, okay, I'm only going to read out the year if it's like not 83, because there's a lot of these. Gladiator, Gold Fever, Go For It, Gotcha, 20-player version for the IAAP show. That's 1973. Haunted Mansion. Hero, 1995. That became Vicious Circle. That's documented on Gemu Baka's website. Highly recommend. Inferno. Magical Adventure. Monorail might have become Accelerator. Anything important happened in the world of games in 83, lads? Who knows? Let's see. Where was I? Move It. Olympics 84. Don't be fooled. That's 83. Numo. Quarter Deck 87 became Skull and Crossbones. Ridge Runner 2. 1993 3D shooter. Samurai. Sewerman. Shaolin Vengeance 1994 3D fighter. Spy vs. Spy. Star Cycle Racer. Stunts with a Z. Superbike. Sylvester and Tweety. Monorail. Yes. Taxi Turvy. Thermal. Tightrope Walker. Tollian's Web. Okay, now that one I do know. That's actually an early name for The Adventures of Major Havoc. Topperoids 83 became Crystal Castle. Hearing Ridge Runner 2 every 7 seconds have go in the arcade. Trench 1996, that's a 3D shooter. Wheelers and Wizard of Oz. So yeah, there's the list of Atari games that probably don't exist. Superbike, not to be confused with Superbike 84 Century Electronics. Atari sure wasn't afraid to experiment to find out absolutely anything. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, cabinets are expensive to make, so I can understand them not wanting to make everything. But they did cancel a lot. Like, a lot. So moving swiftly on. Here's a non-Atari game. Hold on, wait, have I fucked up? Have I fucked this up? No, I haven't. Okay. Spider Warning. Spider Inbound. Black Widow. Not the Atari Black Widow. This is a different Black Widow. Watch every single one of those turn up in some random warehouse in Slough in 5 years' time. We have at least one warehouse story tonight. So, the link we want for this one is... I've actually skipped ahead. Don't mind me. We'll just do this one, and then we'll move on to what the next one should be. Copy link, there we go. So, this was being developed by Taito of America, and it was under production, according to System 16, under production when Atari released its 1982 Vector game of the same title. Atari paid Taito to shelve the game, and it was never released. Programmed by Mark Blaskzik, reportedly the machine parts including the ROM still exist, but have not been dumped for posterity. Limited release of 50 to 100 production units, although some may have been destroyed when Atari acquired the rights. Taito released the game about a month before Atari was to release Black Widow, and Taito's game did not do well. Atari bought out the game from Taito for the game name and to protect themselves from copyright infringement. And there's also a picture of the control panel. You've got a new web and Fangs button. Absolutely no other information about this game exists. But there's a forum thread on Museum of the Game and International Arcade Museum forums where a guy says, "My neighbor made this game. I've been asking him to dump it." And he never did. Story as old as time. Okay, so I need to move the video watcher up here. We need to press... We need to go... no, not that button. This button. Hair scare, here we go. A control panel to frighten children, absolutely. Oh, okay, we got it? Oh, the video's not working. No, I don't... Hold on. I want to get... Ah, fuck, I closed it. God damn it. Right, hang on. Bear with. I got to open this shit again. No, not here. And here. And then here. And then here. And then I need to find my playlist again. We might hear some Yosaku noises in a second. Don't worry about it. That's normal. Oh no, that's the volume button. I don't want to fuck with that. Okay. My neighbor worked at Taito US is the new my uncle works at Nintendo. Absolutely it is. Okay, so video watcher. There we go. So if I press this button, we should get hair scare. There we... Oh, no, we got game refuge. No, we don't want you yet. Oh no. It's not loading hair scare. Come on. We might have to skip hair scare. It's decided that no, it doesn't want it. What the fuck? Okay, right, fine. We'll do it. We can do this the hard way. Just pop that there. Okay, here's hair scare. This is an Atari game. Does anyone know what the fuck this is? My notes just say, like, no year. Nobody knows who worked on this. Nobody knows anything about this. There's just this clip. 36 replacement mines. Is this like Minesweeper? What is this? I don't... The start of an analog horror series? Probably. Probably is. I don't know. I'm as confused as you. Something from the Microsoft Entertainment Pack. There's rabbits? I mean, I know that much. What are we doing? Throwing something in the van. We save rabbits, and then there are mines? But is that... No, there's the sound is very quiet, basically non-existent, so... There's someone having a conversation in the back? You can hear people talking. But what is this? What the hell is this? No one knows anything about this.
Far enough? Now, do this or...
I feel like an archaeologist watching this. It's very haunted. I expect blood to pour out the monitor and a synthetic voice to start saying the date I will die any second. No replacement mines earned. Oh, and then there's just crystal castles, whatever. Okay, so I'll copy my list again. Hopefully it behaves. It didn't want to play hair scare, but that's fine. Oh, now you want to play hair scare. I see how it is. That's cursed. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, it's not going to play it, is it? Oh, hang on. No, Spectre files. Oh god. Okay, bear with. This is fine. I think we might have to adjust our plans on the Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to.
Entertainment Sciences has...
That's not supposed to play yet. Okay, stop. Have I put shuffle on by mistake? No, I don't want shuffle. Oh my god. Okay, right. Plan B. I'll just copy the links. Okay, so next on the list is Ant Raid. This is from Game Refuge. Well, what would become Game Refuge. Let's zoom in on it. All we've got is a marquee and a few bits of information. Where's lunch? Bally Midway presents Ant Raid, the first real strategy and tactics video battle game. There just ain't room enough in this dump for the both of us. Prequel to Ant Stream. So what is this? Well, according to the Game Refuge website, hang on, bear with. Ant Raid. Okay, here we go. Ant Raid. So Game Refuge actually has a really cool page on their website where they keep info on all of the stuff that they have. All the stuff that they've made. No history of Heart Street would be complete without mention of the games that didn't quite make it. Hardware designer Atish Ghosh came up with the concept of two anthills fighting over limited amounts of food in 1981, but it never got off the ground until animator Brian Collin adapted the ants into cartoon warriors who walked on two legs. A trackball moved a cursor around the city dump, and players sent worker ants, soldier ants, and super soldiers out to retrieve spoiled foodstuffs for their queen. As a two-player game, it tested quite well, but the lack of an engaging single-player mode meant that earnings were not consistent, so the game was never produced. Art by Brian Collin and programming by John Marcus. The ability... So, this is like a quote from Brian Collin. The ability to control a small army in real time was brilliant and hysterical and addicting. I was crushed when the decision came back not to finish the game. I never forgot that feeling though. Certainly the ghost of Ant Raid is evident in a number of our later games, i.e. Sarge, Arch Rivals, Pigskin, and of course, General Chaos, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Midway tried a lot of things in the arcade too. They went out there. Will we seeing a few more Bally Midway games? Yep, General Chaos mentioned. Next on our list is a lost Sega game, sort of. This is Albegas, which is based on... which uses footage from Kusoku Denjin Albegas. Oh, wrong button. Hang on. Which I think was one of the series that... Voltron was constructed from. So this is a Laserdisc Sega game. They made a few of these. They did Astron Belt and what was the other one? Albega's Al Battle. Al Big Ass. So we also oh no, wrong button. I'm gonna be doing that a lot. I'm gonna be pressing the wrong button a lot, so please get ready for that. And we also have a little picture of the cabinet right here. I believe that's from the Undumped wiki. Oh no, actually that comes from Dragon's Lair Project. Albega does not fear Varga. The surviving laserdiscs of this are cheaper than you'd expect. Yeah, the thing is, it seems that this did come out in Japan at least, because Sega's Arcade History website, which is very useful. Oh, it was planned to be a Voltron season. I see. Okay, thank you. I never saw Voltron. But it's listed as released on Sega's arcade website in March 1984. So it did come out in Japan, at least. There was supposed to be a Bally Midway version called Cybernaut, but that never happened. And there's been no dump of... Like, the Laserdisc is available, it's just the data isn't. So, you can watch the entire Laserdisc here. I will warn you, there is flashing. I can't show it to you for legal reasons, and also there's a lot of flashing, so I'm like, no, I'm good. But the entire Laserdisc is there, including both the Albegas and the Bally Midway licensed Cybernaut version. Yeah, that is the case with a few Laserdisc games. Speaking of Laserdisc, you might have noticed that there's well, here's one. When I was putting this list together, completely by accident, I had an almost entire run of Laserdisc games. Notice that this is all around 1983, 1984. I wonder how that happened. So, next on our list is This is another cheat. We're cheating again, because this game is technically available. You can play this nowadays because it's on Steam. This is another Bally Midway game. This is the Spectre Files. Yep, there it is. Thank you. I copied the link. I did, I swear. Oh, come on. Oh, why has it stopped working? Okay, right, give us a minute. Yes, it is. Galloping Ghost actually like published it, I believe. So yeah, it is playable. Please work. Please work. Why does it have to? Okay, we're in. You'll see why. You know, this is. We don't necessarily need to show this because you can play this game nowadays. It has a vocal theme. Nice music video, basically, yeah. And sick guitar solo. This is incredible. I love the giant skeleton. It's so good. Don't worry, it's fine. Midway had been planning to use CEDs instead of Laserdisc. I believe that is the case, yes. I love that they just made like a music video for this. Oh, jeez. It does have a home movie feel. Also, here's Satan. The preview is not over yet. They have a sample gameplay.
The Der Hatchet Institute was founded by a Nobel Prize-winning scientist who disappeared in the late 50s, leaving the place deserted for nearly 30 years. I walked up the creaking...
Advertisement for the local Halloween house, kids' TV horror anthology energy. So yeah, this is basically what it was going to play like. You just make a choice and then see what happens.
Naturally, there was a key that fit the front door under the mat. The stench was awful. It was like entering a tomb. There were rotting stairs to my right and a room to my left, and I felt a cold chill on the back of my neck.
And the Steam version has like achievements for seeing all the routes.
Or so I thought.
And it's like 30 gigs big. There's a lot of footage.
I could sense that she was attracted to me.
Ask for a date, do it. Yes!
If I hadn't been so busy talking, I might have noticed that she wasn't really listening.
So there we go. How miserable is this detective? Probably as miserable as Edward from Zombie Raid. I could sense she was attracted to me. Steady on MC. Yeah, fortunately, I'm so glad that this is actually like playable now. Like you can just get it on Steam. The only non-MK Midway game available on Steam. Yeah, it is technically, yes. Okay. Right. So next game. Oh my god. Our next game is Count Pacula. This is also 1983. Yeah, it's... I was like... I remember seeing the music video, and I was like, oh my god. That's incredible. So, next up is Count Pacula. Now, this is not a game. This is a cheat, because it's not real. It was merely a proposal by Bally Midway circa 1983-1984. This was also 1983, starting to sense a theme. Oh, wait, hold on. This is December 82. Okay. A proposal for the design and development of a video pin. Baby Pac-Man fans, make yourself known. Based on Count Pacula and his loving family. Yes, another Baby Pac-Man. So yeah, this was signed 83. Now, these come from the proposal documents are available at the Strong Museum of Play. So we're going to read them. The characters. Count Pacula has 2 fangs and wears a cape. Tries to eat all of the red dots and bite members of the Pac family. Mr. Pac-Man. Hold on. Let me zoom out a bit so we can see it all. Mr. Pac-Man, a fine upstanding citizen, very smart and crafty, can anticipate Count Pacula's moves and is always chasing him very closely. On defense, he can usually outmaneuver Count Pacula, will never hide in a room, always keeps moving. Pacula flow. Smart, Miss Pac-Man, smart, but not as crafty as Pac-Man, can be scared easily. On defense, she is not as fast as Pac-Man, will sometimes hide in a room and may easily be caught. Look at this fucking giant paragraph here. Look at, they made this new character for this, and look at the size of this. These pellets ain't nothing to me, man. Step the wrong way and you will perish. Waka waka. Cousin Six Pack. Cousin Six Pack is my new OC, don't steal. Yeah, they wrote a fucking essay. They were so proud of Six Pack. Very fast, but in his zeal to catch Count Pacula, often misjudges corners and crashes into walls. Great acceleration, but doesn't handle in the corners. If he sees Pacula in a long hallway, he will probably catch him, unless Pacula can make a quick turn, if that happens. If that happens, Six Pack will probably zoom right by and crash into the wall. He can usually make a bouncing turn at the end of a short straight, but if he has to turn at the end of a long hallway, he can kiss it goodbye. After crashing, he is stunned for a moment, then collects his wits and speeds off again. On defense, he is very unpredictable, sometimes hiding in a room, sometimes crashing into walls. He is in great danger of being caught during the time he is stunned from hitting a wall. Baby Pac-Man, a bit older now, but he has no experience, easily outfoxed by Count Pacula. His adolescent bravery gets him into trouble. He is easily frightened when under pressure. On defense, hides in a room often, shakes when scared. Thoughts arrive like hollow slides. Good. So here's the story. The player assumes the role of Count Pacula, who is a blight on the good Pack family name. All of the Pack family members have assembled at the ancient Pack mansion, located in Packsylvania. Release the 6-pack cut. You play as the vampire, yes! Their intention is to rid the countryside of this embarrassing pest once and for all, and to clear the good Pack name. The family members include Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man, Baby Pac-Man, and long-lost cousin Six-Pack. Cousin Six-Pack has returned from one of his many wild adventures to aid the Pack family. Former movie stuntman, mostly westerns, he was chief of Native American training, sometimes known as the Pack of Wild... Oh my god. And mountain guide riding a pack horse. Ha! Six-Pack's name came from his known affection for a certain beverage started by his great-grandpack. Great-grandpack entered his new brew in a local contest and won first prize. The brew became known as Pack's Blue Ribbon. Six-Pack is an adventuresome and rambling kind of guy. Never mind, do not release the 6-pack cut. Somewhere in some abandoned warehouse is a trapper keeper filled with 6-pack concept art. Yep. He hasn't earned his stripes unless he caught Pack Jaws, you're right. The action... Oh, you haven't seen the best of it, Arnold Rimmer. The action starts at nightfall, when Count Pacula leaves his coffin to enter the mansion. When in the mansion, he eats all the red dots that appear on each floor and returns to his coffin before daybreak. He has done this every night for centuries, but not tonight. Tonight is different. Tonight, when he enters the mansion, he is startled by the members of the Pack family carrying wooden stakes. He runs frantically through the mansion, eating red dots and fleeing the Pack family. Occasionally, a ghost will appear that scares the Pack family, but only momentarily. The ghost soon tires of this diversion and disappears. If Count Pacula is skillful and can find a large red energy pill, the Pack family will become frightened, drop their stakes and flee. Count Pacula now chases them to bite their necks! He remains aggressive until the packs find more stakes. Count Pacula may also find a special bat pill, which will enable him to escape danger by turning into a bat and flying to another part of the mansion. He may want to save this pill until the threat of sunrise, where he could quickly fly back into his coffin. He must eat all the red dots or return to his coffin before daybreak. They have necks! The setting is Count Pacula's old mansion. The mansion has 4 floors. The pinball playing field represents the basement. Yep, this is a video pin, by the way, in case you missed it. How do you bite a pack person? You're asking the right questions. Well, I mean, what was Clyde gonna do when he got to Chomp City? We don't know. Pac-Man, famous neck haver. Each floor is a different maze and consists of hallways and rooms. There is a stairway on the top of the screen that leads to the next floor up. So this is like a multi-screen maze. A stairway at the bottom of the screen leads to the next floor down. The down stairway on the first floor leads to Pinball, the basement. Count Pacula can travel freely up and down the stairways. He travels throughout the house eating red dots. He does not have to complete one floor before going to the next. The player can go to any floor, maze, that he wishes. The same thing we all do when we go to Chomp City. Enjoy some ballet at the local hippodrome. Just got in and I'm already getting good lore dumps. What do you mean next? They may be. They took the idea of Pacula biting their necks and the ghosts chomping Pac-Man. The thing is, there is a Count Pacula in both Ghostly Adventures and the original series, but I think this came before this. I think this came before those. Well, definitely Ghostly Adventures. As you travel to higher floors, the maze becomes progressively harder. The rooms become smaller in the upper floors. Count Pacula is chased by 4 members of the Pack family. Pac-Man, Mrs. Pac-Man, Baby Pac-Man, and Cousin Six-Pack. They tried to hit Pacula with wooden stakes. If Pacula eats a moon dot, the Pack people lose their stakes, turn red, and run away. Count Pacula will then chase them and try to bite them. If he bites one member of the family, that member turns grey, and same color as Count Pacula, and assists Pacula in trying to bite the remaining the remaining pack people. After a while, the pack family turns normal again, yellow, and starts chasing Pacula. The nature of man is to recursively and repeatedly invent Pacula. It is unavoidable. Let's see. A ghost will occasionally appear and pass through one of the exterior walls on each floor. This indicates to the player where there are secret passages that lead to the basement. These constantly change. This does sound ambitious. Tales from the Crypt presents Bordello of Pac. Pacula is a really easy pun to make. It's like how everything ultimately tries to evolve into a crab. All creative endeavours inevitably lead to, what if Pac-Man but he was a vampire? The player has a joystick and a bat button. The bat button must be qualified, lit to be used. Oh, it has. Oh, they got like a light. Pushing the bat button will enable Count Pacula to turn into a bat, fly over anyone chasing him, and escape to another part of the maze. There is a time limit to the length of time he is a bat. Spelling bonus on playfield awards bonus objects on video. These objects can move slowly through the house. No limit to bonuses you can earn. Each house completed is represented by its own bonus object. Example: if player spells bonus on a playfield before Count Pacula has eaten all the dots in the house, a Bloody Mary will appear in the house. Oh my god. If bonus is spelled again, another Bloody Mary will appear. When Count Pacula completes that house, a Bloody Mary will appear at the bottom of the screen. The next bonus object will be different. Yeah, Pacula what? So here's what they were proposing. I love the little cape and the tooth. That's so good. Secret passage. So yeah, these stages are like really complicated. Nothing stop on some. No, this maze is free to use. So yeah, that's Count Pacula. He's got a little fangy. Look at him go. Oh no, hang on, wait. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but where's the neck? Asks Toru Iwatani. I feel when too much ambition. Hey, Hachi Pack. Yeah, it is. Oh god, it is. You're right. But yeah, you got like multiple mazes. You got like fucked up layouts. You got the pinball element, and there's a lot of empty space. Yeah, I imagine the part in the center is meant to be the coffin that they mention. But yeah, so this is one of our cheats. It's not a game that exists in any capacity, but it's interesting. And yeah, I'm surprised they tried to build on Baby Pac-Man as well. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Hey, Pachi Mishima. We're doing all the good gags tonight. I appreciate you. So, now we actually get to see one of the ones that kept playing by mistake. This is Gremlins. So let's see the video first. When it decides to play. Aha! They start with the kitchen massacre. Of course they start with the kitchen massacre. How would you give a pack person a beer gut? So yeah, this was in development between 83 and 85. Let's take a look. They've got the Gremlins theme. You can shove the Gremlins into the stove and the mixer and the microwave. Now they're on the street. Use your flashlight. Now you're Billy on the streets. Yeah, this is an Atari game. This was in development for over 2 years. And they made some pretty good progress with it, but ultimately it missed the movie's release, and they decided it wasn't worth finishing because the brand wasn't strong enough. That corporate synergy at work, baby. Like, this was like... This started development before Warner Brothers took over. I really hope something survives of this game, because it looks fun. Look at the... Like, keep an eye on the right side of the screen. You lose a life when your strength runs out. Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up with Jack Trammell, but did you see that? Let's see it again. They get fucking microwaved. You made it, Nick. And then they get shoved in the blender, exactly like the film. These street scenes seem quite difficult, like you have to stand still to move the flashlight. The kitchen scene seems fun though. And then you got Gizmo, because of course you got Gizmo. I believe this was joystick and buttons. Anyway, so that's the video. We also have a... Oh, no, that's Albagas. Hang on. Gonna move this up a bit. Okay, we're back here. Yeah, so here's a proposed bezel. Or thing that goes on top of the marquee. Look at that. Molded part would be shaped by expert to pick up light as required, pre-printed. That's pretty sick. I do like that, but unfortunately they decided it wasn't worth it. And there's a lot of information about this game's development, fortunately, because the Museum of Play put together a video. Because they have like internal documents, like let me see. I've got some basic notes. I've summarized it quickly. So, began life in '83, codenamed Gargoyles. Originally used iRobot hardware when it was known as Ice World. In November '83, the filming finished on the film, and the game was moved to new hardware. And they wanted to use like Hardee's and the YMCA branding in the stages, but they couldn't quite get that. Franz Lanzinger, who was a big member of the team, left once Jack Trammell took over. Well, took over one part of Atari because he wasn't able to secure the bonuses for everyone. And it missed its June release, and it kept getting delayed. Like, at one point, they didn't have a monitor to use. They had to borrow one from the Garfield team. Focus testing kept getting delayed, and it eventually happened in May 21st of 1985, and it did well. And then in June, the whole thing was cancelled. The brand and game weren't strong enough to warrant continuing development. Oh, they were talking... Yeah. iRobot hardware, infamously, yes, completely reliable. Yeah, why would they? Now, I'm trying to present these stories just sort of as they are, but I do have to insert myself a little bit here and there because, you know, I have a tendency to sort of dig into this kind of thing. I like to find out where these stories come from, you know? And Kim Justice made a video all about Atari prototypes, 2 of them actually, and they're sort of bookended by the story of Gremlins. And she mentions that it started life as a game based on E.T. And I was curious. That got my attention because I was like, I'm really interested in this Gremlins game, and I'd never heard that. So I was like, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? Never got a reply. That's fine. So after that, I was like, well, shit, I wonder if I can find it myself. All I found was a single Atari Age post about someone speculating that maybe that happened. And then they did the second part of the video, and they pick up with the Gremlins story, and again they say started as E.T. I was like, hi, yeah, where did you get that? All I found was an Atari Age post. And they did get back to me, and she said, well, you know, I thought it was more than the Atari Age post, but I couldn't find anything else. And then I completely forgot about it. And then I found that Strong Museum video, and I was like, hey, a broken clock is right twice a day. I was right. If it's on a message board, it's true, exactly. That's why it's important to double check your sources. That's why I've gone to such trouble to make sure that I've got the sources as best as I can, considering I'm doing this entirely by myself in a format that absolutely should not be doing this. If it's not on a message board, just make it up. Another story like that was Kangaroo on the NES. Literally, some guy thought they saw a cartridge labeled Kangaroo. That's it. There's nothing else to that story. It's not true. Anyway, so, yeah. Why would they lie on the internet, sarcasm? So, I don't know. I just find that story funny because it just sort of shows how things can be blown out of proportion and how you gotta double check shit, you know? That's what I try and do anyway. I do my best. Anyway, what's next on the agenda? Oh, yes. Okay, this is one of my favorites. Oh, this one's so fucking good. These might take like a few attempts to load, apparently. Power Punch 2, the unofficial video game adaptation. Okay, well, that's way too loud. This is GCC's nightmare. So you can't quite read it. Sentenced, banishment to the lowest level of the Vault of Chaos. This is a General Computing Corporation game made as part of their agreement with Atari. This is like a twin stick kind of shoot 'em up. Protect your yellow sides. Recapture loose frame sides. Open all locks to escape cell. I think this should show the attractive story as well. Yeah, psychophysicist Dr. John Roldar seeks to control the power of the mind. This is 84, by the way. Success! He crosses the gulf between reality and the world of thought and dreams. Wasn't this the plot of From Beyond? Captured, Dr. John Roldar, trespasser in the realm of nightmares. And that's when it goes to the sentence to be in the Vault of Chaos. Success, he pushes the flask off the counter like a cat. Oops, wrong button. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Don't worry, we'll get it back. Any second now. Yeah, this video was taken at, in your own time. That video was taken at, California Extreme. And I was actually there one year when it was available. I think it still shows up. And this game kicks ass. This game is... Oh my god, please play. Ah, there we go. Got there in the end. I don't think there's much in the way of sound for this one, so we'll just have to... It is a little weird Dreams-esque, isn't it? So yeah, protect the yellow side. You've seen that part. Let's skip ahead to about here. This entire video is like 13 minutes long, so we'll just go over the basics. So you control the screaming face in that's green. You have to protect your sides from the creatures and grab the locks. Yeah, the plot as well is very strange. And first off, look at how detailed the bubbling is when enemies show up. There's like different types of enemies that appear. Really weird. And you know, it's a game called Nightmare. There's a couple of cleaner shots also on Unmaimed, which is Bobby Tribble's website, who also did this video. 5 bongos if this ever gets added to AIM and it's on PTR. Yeah, this game is sick. This is one of the ones I really want to see. I'll tell you what, I'll link to the video just to show it. Like eventually you start fighting like hearts and bones and shit. It's really weird and yeah, why did they release this? This is really good. And like I seem to remember the face, like the thing you control makes weird faces eventually. It's just very strange. Test audiences were scared of the big green head. Early horror games fascinate me. Oh, Rafflesia. Oh, yeah, good call. And there's like a maze. Like it shows you where you are in the Vault of Chaos. The fakest game that wasn't meant to be. But yeah, if you're ever at California Extreme, this game is frequently showcased there, so you can check it out for yourself. Anyway, this is like... There's like 13 minutes of this, so I'll just... Tell you what, skip it. Ah, that's a better one. God, such a cool game. Oh, yeah, I think that was the one I was at. 2015, yeah, it would have been there. It might be Marble Man, because Marble Man, enemies dawed over boiling muck. That's not how the theme of Monkey goes. It might be Marble Man, because that was there as well. Atari has a lot of the best unreleased stuff, it's true. Yep. Okay, so, let's see, what's next on our agenda? Oh boy. Okay, well, we gotta do this one. Maybe one of the most famous. Might be one of the most famous. Let's move it up here a bit. Okay. This is Bouncer. Hey streamer, did you hear they dumped Marvel? No, tell me more. Entertainment Sciences presents The Bouncer, a new concept in video game entertainment. So this is 83-84. Are you noticing a pattern? First ever Square game, a new concept. Entertainment Sciences puts you in the game. You are the Bouncer. Action-packed, fully interactive 3D cartoon. Interesting storyline. Cast of 7 unique characters. Precise trackball control of main character. Quality animation. Exciting visual and sound effects. Colourful images. Imagine if Tetsuya Nomura actually got the idea from this and never told anyone. Entertainment Sciences is committed to introducing a whole new generation of video games, games with imaginative storylines that are easy to play but difficult to master. This new generation of games is being developed on our new state-of-the-art hardware system. This system is a real-time image processor, RIP, with 1 million bytes of memory, 3 8-bit and 1 16-bit microprocessor, high-resolution graphics and full speech capability. The hardware features of this processor were developed with the game designer in mind, and as a result, we can design and program a game such as Bouncer, which has over 500 images, in 6 months. We will be coming out with at least 2 new games per year on our new RIP system. So, your bouncer goes to different clubs, starts in sort of a dive bar, eventually gets to the Ritz, drink, and like it's very Hanna-Barbera-esque, but don't just take my word for it. Hold on, let me. First off, we have to... One, please. First off, you have to go to the archived turbosub.com. That has all the information you would ever need about Bouncer.
Entertainment Science.
Okay, let's double check the volume. Crank it up a bit here. No, wrong button. Move it there, thank you.
Has made high-resolution graphics and real-time interaction a video game reality.
Player the ability to interact with these graphics in a real-time environment. We have some.
So yeah, you turn like people you don't want in the bar into like basketballs
doors or the windows of the bar when they bother your patrons. It's like being in the
and there's a flasher
cartoon. Bouncer is set up so that things that are further away get smaller and dimmer, and they really seem to move around in a three-dimensional space.
Entertainment Sciences previewed Bouncer at the November AMOA show and received extremely favorable response. Independent test marketing has indicated that Bouncer can already compete with some of the top moneymakers, like Star Wars, Pole Position, and Track and Field.
Gee, that's interesting.
Okay, so we'll switch to the thingamabobber. Yep, there we go. We'll just have this on screen for a minute because I've got to do some yakking. I got to yap for a while on this one because there is a story here. Points itself. I will do promoted. Yeah, this has got a trackball, a single screen beat 'em up with this premise. Yes, absolutely. But I made a shit ton of notes all about Bouncer because this is extremely well documented. The person running TurboSub made so many discoveries about what happened with this. So I'm going to try and summarize it as quickly as I can. So, but they also start with this, which I like. If this research assists you in any way with locating the ROMs of Bouncer, it is expected that you will provide these ROMs to the public and main team, since the TurboSub driver has already been created, so that they may be preserved and enjoyed by all. This is the wish of the former employees and developers. So, they had this technology that they were making called the RIP system, real-time image processing. And Rob, who is a guy from Cinematronics, saw the scaling ability, which they showed off in that video, and was like, the idea of a bouncer who ejects rowdy patrons, and they figured, okay, this is going to be our first game, because Entertainment Sciences was a new company. They were going to make the hardware and the games at the same time so that they would complement each other. Reports from like location testing and at the shows that they showed it at was that it was liked, especially the presentation, but it was repetitive and it got too hard too quickly. A local company was awarded the contract to populate the RIP PCBs called A to Z Electronics. They would sort of fumble the ball later on, but the story has to replace some names because they don't want to be identified, or like the people writing this don't want to be sued. So both Entertainment Sciences and Zool Corporation run by Gozer. If you've watched Ghostbusters, you'll know. So they scrambled to get 15 to 20 cabinets for test ready, and once they turned over the PCBs, entertainment scientists had to correct assembly issues to make it work. And there was also interest from Atari and Sentai. Atari, this is a quote, Atari strung them along for close to a year. The employees were shocked when they released Paperboy. Many of the technical features were identical to the RIP hardware, including some gameplay elements. And then Sentai also expressed interest. Nolan Bushnell flew down and Rob Patton personally walked him through Bouncer. Deals with Sentai didn't go anywhere, but it wasn't too long after that they released a system for multi-game use, the Sentai system. There's a very good RetroPal stream all about that. I recommend that. At this point, they decided they had no choice but to get into the video game manufacturing business. Now, as that video mentioned, they showed it at the 1983 AMOA show in New Orleans. But there were 3 key issues. It wasn't a laser game. Operators only wanted laser games at that time. It was expensive, and they were only going to get Bouncer, and it wasn't ready to ship in a mass production scenario. So what they decided to do, they decided to make a second game, and then put Bouncer on the back burner. They'd get back to it. So they made Turbo Sub, which is available. That's been dumped. And there's also a port to the Lynx, which the website notes. Interesting item here, nobody recalls any licensing agreement with Atari over this title. Even funnier, it's an Atari 50th. So God knows how that happened. Anyway, Gozer of Zool Corporation was very impressed with the hardware and advised Entertainment Sciences that they should license the technology outside of the arcade industry. Entertainment Sciences weren't interested, so they work on Turbo Sub and they're like, okay, we're getting ready to come back. But Bouncer was considered old news by then, so they went ahead with Turbo Sub. Except, a new guy, Schneider, came in and the penny pinching starts. So Turbo Sub is reduced to a standard res monitor instead of the medium res one, which makes the game look terrible. And then they decide, you know what, we're just going to make this a Star Wars conversion. Who wants Star Wars? Nobody wants that. And around this time, yeah, it did, and nobody recalls any licensing agreement with Atari over the Lynx version. Which is very funny. After Bouncer was shelved and Turbo Sub was in development, a movie called Ninja 3: The Domination was getting ready to start production. A plotline in the movie involved the main character being possessed by the spirit of an ancient ninja through a video game machine. This is all direct quote from Turbo Sub. The details are sketchy, but Entertainment Sciences had a machine lying around, and they thought it would be a great promotion for the company. Too bad the movie released after the company was practically dead, and also nobody watched the movie. Yeah, Ninja 3: The Possession has a Bouncer cabinet as a major plot point. So then, okay, so people get fired, new penny pinching boss comes in, and then they find out that Zool Corporation has been working out a deal with Honeywell to send the RIP system for their pilot drone program. They were fucking them. So the people at Entertainment Sciences reckoned that Zool were intentionally fucking them over so that they'd go out of business and they could hoover up the RIP system in a fire sale. So they're like, alright, fuck that. We're going to sue you. So, Entertainment Sciences sues Zool Corporation. Entertainment Sciences won. It's not even over yet. It's not over yet. Entertainment Sciences wins. And over the week... So that happens on like a Friday, I think. The story is explained. But like at some point, they're like, over the weekend, right, we're hashing out a deal. We're going to come and pick up all our manufacturing stuff, right? Monday, they go over to Zool Corporation, and Gozer, the guy running the shop, disappeared with all the manufacturing tech, everything. Entertainment Sciences were left with a handful of Turbo Sub cabs and blank PCBs, and they shuttered within a few days. The penny Zool Gozer would later trash everything except a single bouncer cabinet, and he later sold it at a garage sale. The penny pinching boss would move inventory and papers over to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a warehouse, and later on people would find completed turbo sub cabinets there, which is where a lot of people got them. So yeah, there you go. That's what an incredible story. And since then, people have been trying to find a complete bouncer. Maybe it'll happen someday, I don't know. But again, I'm going to link to it again. Highly recommend you go through the archive of Turbo Sub, because it has the entire story and it's fascinating. God, the fucking gut punch of showing up and all their shit has been stolen. Somehow Atari wasn't the scummiest partner in that I know, right? Did he use the same van from Black Widow? The Tetris Dio pick, but not... I know, right? Okay, so that's Bouncer. Right, let's get back to normal. Let's get back to something normal. Vaguely normal. Do we have the image? Yeah, we do. Okay. Max Mile. Guess what? Another cancelled Laserdisc game. How does it keep happening? We're almost out of the Laserdisc mines. This was meant for 84. Let's zoom in. This is all we have about it. GX466. Max Mile. Codename GX466, Mac is a secret agent of Dandelion. His mission is to protect the Earth from Great Pig. He rides into the enemy's headquarters in NY. The game features the combination of animation and CG with live-action films footage of the actual American metropolises. Let's get back to normal. The streamer lied as easily as they breathe. There he is. There's Great Pig. I love this. This is so good. I really like this. Yeah, no information about this. Nobody knows what it is. There's just this flyer. And there is an itch.io recreation of Bouncer, but it's like pretty rough. It gives you a vague idea, but like it doesn't look as good as the video. But you know, that's fair. Pictured normal core. Yeah, lots of helicopter footage probably. What is this? What is this emote? Credit Pig. Oh my god. He has a 1910 Roadster, but it has actual footage of metropolises. I know, right? Fascinating. Yeah, they don't have much to go with for Bouncer at all. They've got, like, a lot of art has been found. But, God, that story is so funny. And tragic, but funny. So that's Max Mile. Moving swiftly on. Okay, I need to close that. Hang on. Okay. What's next? Aha! Now we're back in my dimension. Now we're back where I live. Chancy's Stone. So this is a... Guess what? Another cancelled Laserdisc game. We've only got... Okay, we got one more after this. So, well, technically one more. So this is a Data East one. Power, power, power. Disperse them. You might know this if you've been keeping up with Laser Active emulation. Because this was released on the Laser Active as a Triad Stone, but it was originally meant to be an arcade game. And we have some footage here. Again, this is one where the Laserdisc contents have been found, but the game itself is missing in action. So let's just do this. Do one of these. Now, the volume is very quiet on this, so... So, oh, no. There we go.
The stone is split and dispersed in 3 ways. The one in your heart gives you power. The other 2 create evil, darken the world, recover them.
I'm just gonna let this play out. More power. Yeah, hell of a quiff on this guy. Sadly, I don't think we get to hear the famous line. Oh, look, there's some credits. I'm not sure if they're in other versions, though. Okay, so we've got to crank that shit all the way back down. Oh my god, it's going to be so fucking loud. So, yeah, Chansey Stone was later released on the Laser Active as Triad Stone, and then it was ported to the 3DO and Sega Saturn as Strahl. But the footage is like really washed out in those versions. I'm not really sure what happened. It generally seems that the Laser Active version is the one to go for, which fortunately is emulatable nowadays. But, thanks for stopping by, Arnold River. I hope you enjoyed this, and obviously I'll put the VOD up, like, tomorrow, so, well, tomorrow or the day after, so you'll be able to catch up with the rest of it. We're actually making good time as well, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, it did get ported multiple times, but the original arcade version is missing. But, you know, that's fine. Oh boy, I hope there aren't any more Laserdisc games. Captain Zap. Now, we've seen this one. We've seen this one before, that's fine. This is 85. Good old Universal at it again. New saga has begun. Universal System 2 in 2, but 1, the corresponding soft, the second shot. So, this is the follow-up to their next laser game after the famous Don Quixote. Sylvia is in jeopardy. Go on, Captain Zap. Rescue her. Caution to death traps. Captain Zap is operated with one 4-way joystick, a lever, and one fire button. Ash is Oren Miller. Oh god. Any discrepancy in operating the joystick and the button will result in the destruction of Captain Zap. Universal System 1 corresponds to Laserdisc games which Universal will release. You can offer your location several different games simply by changing the Laserdisc, ROMs, PCB, and decals. So, yeah, we talked about this when we looked at Super Don Quixote. There is a slightly odd way that they're written. I like discrepancy in operating the joystick. It's really funny. I believe Clip the Jester found like a review from, I think, Game Machine, where they mention, why is he always on the bike? I suspect that this was what was originally advertised as Space Dracula, because it makes the most sense. But we also have an actual cabinet. So I get the feeling this did get released, but like not in big numbers. And that image comes from here again. The verbiage is more suited to factory equipment. Yeah. But yeah, there's the cabinet. It's a shame we only see the Universal logo, but you know, that's fine. You know what the thing is, we can slot it in here and it looks like it fits into our background. Or maybe here. Which is it? The question posed by Owen Miller. Oh, hello, Jigay. Welcome. Miria has popped into the station. We're looking at pictures of arcade games you can't play. That's our objective here. Oh no, that's a lot of people. I hope you're ready to hear me talk for a while. And by coincidence, we're out of the Laserdisc mines. They might have just replaced the Super Don Quixote thing. You're not wrong. How are you doing, Jiggy? What were you playing? Shout out, Jiggy. My viewers are highly experienced with listening to some jerk talk for hours. Bless you. Oh, okay, if you look at the control panel, it's still Donkey. Oh, yes, good start. Nice, okay. Yeah, probably is just a replay, but you know, it's something. It's something we can grasp onto, which is more than I can say for 1985's The X. More versions of Prince of Persia, nice. I'm terrible at Prince of Persia. I had like the Master System version and got nowhere with it. Anyway, yes, no, I will enjoy my imaginary gaming. Rest now, our hero. Thanks for sending people my way, Jiggy. I appreciate it. Aliens Strike Back. Fighting X. So this is from Graphic Techno from 1985. This is it. There's like this flyer and nobody knows anything else about it. This is kind of late to be doing a Space Invaders kind of game, but there also appears to be some kind of block breaking element. Like there's platforms. I'm not. There's at least a few legit contemporary reviews out there, which mean that there's at least existed a few Captain Zap cabinets. Cosmo Gang, yeah, that's a good point. So here's the back of the flyer. It looks like you can move around, like you can move the ship and then stand on platforms. Go Honzon. Good. You got different types of enemies. Looks like you got different power-ups. But I don't know any other game by Graphic Techno. This is just one of those games that just fell into obscurity. I've always been kind of interested, though. Chak and Pop meets the invaders, yeah. Because it looks really nice. I love the background. The details on the background are great. Yeah, it looks like it's a cute hatching egg. How could it possibly be an enemy? And this is weirdly looks a bit like Opa Opa. This is a bit strange. Yeah, but like the backgrounds are so good. I wish there was more information on this one, but this flyer is all we have to work with. Moving swiftly on. What's next on the list? Speaking of games we don't have much to work on. Patooey Louie. It's just Patooey Louie. Are there any questions? So, we have some information here from Game Refuge again. Bubble Bobble and Space Invaders together at last. So I'm going to read directly from here. The player is a fur bikini-clad boomerang-throwing cave woman riding atop a giant red watermelon seed-spitting pterodactyl who would periodically launch into the air to do battle with oversized, often invisible killer bees. Nuff said. Programming by Jeff Norman. Art and animation by Brian Collin. Sharon Barr. Sometimes you spend so much time figuring out if you can do something, it doesn't occur to you to ask if you should, says Brian Collin. That's it. That's the story there. Are there any questions? Several, actually. And the explanation you just read out answers none of them. Louis gets the babes, it's true. Well, I mean, that was kind of a running theme with Game Refuge games. Well, games involving Brian Collin, because, of course, Sarge apparently has the secret topless lady in it, which I've never been able to get work. Not that I've tried. Moving on. Oh, this is a heartbreaker. This is 1987's Versus Lion X. Yep. This is a Sunsoft game. It's exclusive for the Versus system, which is unusual in and of itself. And there's a known version of it out there, and it's not publicly available. But we do have a video. Does he have chewing gum? No. Oh. What is that? I don't know what that is. you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna perceive it. It's fine. So we do have a video. Now this is from a YouTube channel called Higene Kodo, which we're gonna be seeing a lot of. They have a lot of prototype boards. This will take a few attempts to get working. Nope. We'll get there. I don't know why it decided to break live on stream. It's beautiful. It'll work. Badly drawn head feathers. I tell you what, we'll close it and then reopen it. See if that helps. I swear to God, I tested this thing. It was working fine before the stream. Oh my God. Streamer's law. Tech will only work in testing and always eat shit once you go live. Absolutely. Every time without fail. Okay. Right, but fortunately we don't have as many videos as we have images. Oh, thank God. There we go. There's not meant to be any sound yet. So yeah, this didn't have a console release. Oh, wait. There's the fucking sound. So let's fast forward to actual gameplay. Aha! Not even versus in the name, nope. So yeah, this is a top-down action game. Only exclusive to the hardware, yes. This looks weird. And, you know, it's a lost NES Sunsoft game, so people are going to want that. Mid-80s Sunsoft, absolutely it does. It has that Wing of Medulla vibe to it. And I love Wing of Medulla. Look at him run. Look at him go. I'm so proud of him. But yeah, this one's pretty infamous. There's a flyer. There's this full video that we've got, but no dump. And unlike Wing of Medulla, which Sunsoft is shown to have a working copy of, we don't know whether they've got this. At least I don't think so, anyway. However, we should never give up hope for Versus System games, because Arcade Archives released like a bunch of them. Also, do forgive me. I forgot to say, thank you for following Yadon the Cat and Helvetica Scenario. Good names. It's aggressively NES core, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why they didn't, like, put it on the Famicom. I don't think it would have been like a Famicom disk system to Famicom situation. Well, like where there's a lot more work involved in the port. I think that would have been like relatively easy, but maybe they just figured this was suitable for arcades only and just... I don't know. It's a mystery. But I guess you can sort of see similarities here with the later Blaster Master, to a lesser extent Fester's Quest. I also used to get this game mixed up with The Legend of the Ghost Lion. Don't ask me how I managed that. But I think having the multi-directional scrolling is interesting as well. The NES, famously not great at that. Hi Shark, you are just in time for Versus Lion X. Oh, yeah, this people really want to see this one. Ooh, I've not played Dead Zone. Can anyone confirm? Is that the name? Did they reference it in Dead Zone? It would be funny if they did. The scrolling's weird though. It doesn't quite keep up with you, almost. Very strange game. Just checking my notes, seeing where I... Okay, we got a bit without videos for a short while. Well, I think you get the point. Kind of shortish stages. We got jams though. Hello, Ed T Dragon. Welcome. We're looking at games we can't play. This is an easy stream for me. All I have to do is talk. I don't skip ahead a little. Okay, well, I believe the point is made. Yeah, there we go. That's strangely fascinated by mid-era NES Sunsoft. Yeah. I really like Wing of Medulla. I will die on that hill. That game's great. It's a little jank, but that's what gives it charm. Lion X was the name of the colony in Dead Zone. Okay. Okay, so this is the video of the Medulla Stratum. Lucia Good, true. Yeah, this is a video from Hige Nekodo, who actually has a lot of videos in our presentation tonight. I understand the temptation to moan about they should release the ROMs, because I agree, but we're trying to keep it light here. We're trying... Let's not. Anyway, game over. Yeah, the Japanese, we know. There's just... We're trying to keep it nice and light here. We're just observing these games. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, next on the list. Destruction by East... Wait, hold on. East Technology. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's hard to... I know it hurts you specifically, Kak. I understand. Destruction. What is this? Look at this. Got cool, sick robots. East without data. Uh-oh. Yep. East Technology, famous for making, Double Dragon 3. It's got this sick little comic on the other side of the flyer, though. Look at this. Screenshots? Don't need them. What do you mean? What do you mean screenshots? No. we just need this. It's fine. So we do have a few screenshots of this one. This is from Postback. Oh, hold on. So we have the title screen, Destruction. Don't worry, Stricken Powered is next. Stricken Powered is coming up. Oh yeah, so like a super gun would be like a way to play arcade boards on a normal TV, and you can use that to do direct capture. The Gigantes and Operation Wolf 3 people, yep. Now, the thing is, this game looks very similar to a Toaplan game called Guardian or Get Star. Is anyone familiar with that game? Because this looks a lot like it. Yeah, capture devices that can capture and convert arcade signals, that's right. Oh my god, you've never seen Operation Wolf 3? Oh. Imagine if Taito made Lethal Enforcers. Aside from the time when they did that with Under Fire. You're welcome. But yeah, this looks extremely similar to Guardian by Toaplan, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of knockoff. Very strange. This is all we've got for this one. Moving on. Yes! Dark Chamber. This is by Rainbow Games from 1989. And we have to go to solvalo.com for this one. So here's the single screenshot, and we got a little article. Vorsprung durch Technik. That's the old Volkswagen slogan in Britain. It's not just Rare Limited who are working on a new dedicated coin-op system. See News, issue 16. So this is from Advanced Computer Entertainment, March 1989, issue 18. Oh yeah, the music is great in Operation Wolf 3. By now, Rainbow Games, offshoot of the giant German programming combine, I believe they would be the people who made Turrican, I think, should have completed 3 levels of Dark Chamber, the first arcade game they are writing for their new Pluto motherboard. With luck, machines should find their way into arcades before Christmas. The title of the first game may change, but not the technology. Look at this! What even is this game? The system offers 128 colours per scan line and per playfield, with a resolution of up to 640 by 480 pixels. As many as 50 million pixels can be moved per second, and to help the programmer in this task, hardware zoom and turning is offered. All of this onboard activity is overseen by a 32-bit processor. The early version of Dark Chamber, seen under development in Rainbow Games' Dusseldorf HQ, certainly looks promising. The graphics are being prepared by Kai Demiroglu on a VGA PC running D-Paint, and while only a small part of the gameplay was up and running on the Pluto when we visited, the overall effect of what's there is stunning. The plot centres on a prince who embarks on a mission to save his princess, a mission that involves travelling through 8 levels, each containing 10 new aliens. Using magic eyes in the palms of his hands, the questing prince deals out single shots as play begins, but a stack of additional weapons can be collected on the quest, including mega powerful rainbow lasers, defender-style bombs, double and triple shots, and boomerang shuriken stars. That's not... Well, I don't... Hi, yeah, I'm from, let's see, where am I from? I'm from the Midlands, but I don't really have an accent. I believe Kim Justice is from down south, but I live up north, so I'm nearby the Scousers. So I've sort of adapted a little bit to that. But you see, I've got silly hats. Kim Justice doesn't have that. I'll always have that going for me. Let's see, where was I? Collecting 4 teapots. Yes, teapots. And then grabbing a tea tray. What? Activates a smart bomb that clears the current screen of aliens. And then there's a green dragon that draws alien fire, as well as the alien magnet that can be hurled across the screen and used to distract the attacking creatures. Yeah, my family has much thicker Brummie accents. I somehow didn't get it. It was weird. The team writing the game has created a new programming language, ADI, Alien Description Language, which allows the aliens to modify their flight patterns depending on where you are in the playfield and which extra weapons your character possesses. Intelligent aliens at last! Heiko Schroeder, who designed the hardware and is writing the software, is a 16-bit programmer, so Rainbow Arts shouldn't have too much difficulty in producing home versions of the 5 arcade games they have in preparation. Uh-oh. Dark Chamber, a mock-up of an end-of-level Guardian. The superhero has activated his fire shield and is spinning around, invincible inside a ball of flame. Alien subtitles for the hard of hearing. Yeah, Rainbow Arts. Surely this Gamers Mag wouldn't make errors in these names or have made all of them up. What's the other caption? Dark Chamber. That giant brown alien sproings forwards out to the background as the hero gets close. It's not one of the 10 new aliens encountered in each level, but part of the animated background. Yeah, nothing was found in this game. I don't think anything's ever surfaced of it. Oh wait, hold on. Golf game. Don't know which one that is. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay. Oh god, we got another video. Okay, so... But we do have a picture before that, so next up... No, not Flea Pit. Fuck. There we are. God, imagine a fucked up Turrican arcade game, yeah. Spriggan Powered. This is a compile/kid game. There was an auction for it many years ago. Someone bought it and it's never been seen again. Or has it? So, NFG recreated the Yahoo auction, which has that picture. But we actually do have video. It's from the same Japanese collector, I'm afraid. And it's going to take a minute, because of course it is. Come on, please play. Do it. Do it. I'm not going to have to close it each time, am I? Yeah, there is a series of shmups called Spriggan. Okay, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to close MPV and then reopen it each time. That seems to be the way to get it to behave. Aha! Fuck. There we go. So, there's actually a note in the description here. This is a legendary... this is machine translated. It's a legendary arcade game from Compile that never made it to market. Development was halted at a stage where it was still only a sample, far from being a complete product. Kodama Daigatai, who planned GG Alesta 1 and 2, is also apparently in charge of planning this game. And if you're wondering where the sound is, there's barely any. This is very incomplete. This is about as loud as it gets. Yeah, this is Compile, not Toaplan, different company, and technically it's Kid. Their name is on the PCB. But yeah, this one looks a lot more advanced than the games we've been seeing because nobody knows when this was made. It's just 1990 question mark. But yeah, it's a follow-up to Compile's other Spriggan games. Unrelated to the very similarly named Spriggan Powered spelled correctly on the Super Famicom. But yeah, there's like barely any sound. There's no music yet. This does feel very... It does look 95, 96, yeah. 1990X, popular year in games, true. I would put this at about 95. That seems about right. But it didn't... Ah, this one's in ZBK's book. I see. But yeah, this is merely a sample, and it did not... it didn't go far. It's interesting, though. Skip ahead a little. Yeah, it is a Psycho-style continue screen. Very similar font. More complete than Konami's Dive Bomber somehow. Yeah, you're not wrong. At least it mostly works. This is a product you could probably sell this. Dive Bomber, not so much. Is there any more after this? And yeah, okay. Stand by for battle. And they're off. That's it. that's as far as it goes. Yeah, so that is like just a sample. So okay, moving on. We can close. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think if we just open it and then yeah, that seems to work better. We're having to adapt on the fly. Next, Flea Pit. Flea Pit. So, have you heard of this new cult video game hero? Have you heard of Plock? Because Plock was originally meant to be an arcade game. We've got some info here, hang on. I believe it's this one. Hang on, wait, bear with. What do you mean, no? A new cult hero. So the Super Ravioli Brothers are, of course, the Pickford Brothers. And Zippo Games was, I believe that's Rare. Rareware Limited. It says Flea Pit. F-L-E-A-P-I-T. It's a very Roger Dean-esque logo, but this started in May 1990. An original coin-op game designed for Rare's Raz board hardware, starring Plock, who would eventually appear in a SNES game. The game was fully playable and about half complete when it was put on hold and eventually canned by the closure of the studio. I'm not sure which. I think they may be referring to Zippo Games. I'm not sure who closed, but yeah, it's the origins for Plock were in an arcade game from 1990. So you've learned something. Zippo was the Pickford's development studio who Rare contracted. Aha, I see. Thank you. I was always getting confused. Ah, there it is. There's GDRI. There's our buddies. Oh, they did Cabal on theirs. Nice. And Solar Jet. Oh, I forgot they did Solar Jetman. Yeah. And yeah, they dissolved in 1991. So, and then they'd go on to do Software Creations, and that's where we get Plock from. Zippo got acquired by Rare. Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's yeah, they said on the blog post that there was like it was half done. And you can also see, unfortunately, a lot of the images here are broken, but there's a bit of concept art here. But yeah, that's the origins of the cult hero Plock. Moving swiftly on. You know what? It's been like 5 minutes since we had an Atari game. Let's get back to it. Solar Jetman, a proto Umihara Kawase, if you think about it. No, I'm not going to think about it. No, I don't like that. BMX Heat. So, according to System 16, the cabinet for this machine featured a proper BMX that you had to pedal to move and a fan at the front so it felt like the wind was in your hair. It was tested at Milpitas Golfland, and can you guess what hardware it ran on? Do you want to guess? Do you want to take a punt on this? Yeah, it is a scanned picture for the title. Yeah. Hard driving, baby. There we go. Donkey Kong. Nice try, CAC. Amiga. No, this is another hard driving hardware game. And did they cancel more games on that hardware than they released? Or is that an honor saved only for the Kojak hardware? Galaxian hardware. Oh, if only. So yeah, this is also known as Cyclotron at some point. Hard driving, but you can get more nauseous. Yes. They wanted to get their money's worth out of hard driving. They were like, no, we're gonna push this baby to its limits. I don't think it has the wind gimmick. I think Pop Cycle just has the pedals. I'd love to see someone run the numbers on Atari games, cancelled versus released. Just to see what the ratio was. I need an accountant to run the numbers. But yeah, there's our required cancelled Atari game. That'll last us for like 5 minutes. Next up, I'm gonna post something I shouldn't post. Parents, get your kids out the room. Ugh, naked PCB. But what game is it? I'll tell you what it is. This is an arcade version of Burai Fighter, which was on the NES and Game Boy, developed by Kid. This version was going to be distributed by Taito, according to this site. Finally, Miss World 97 nude. And at some point in time, the entire soundtrack was available on Nico Nico Video, but it's been delisted since then. And we got this picture of the PCB, nothing else. We don't even know what it looks like. Let's see, where are we in my list? Okay. Okay, yeah, we're getting close to break time. Not our traditional break time, don't you worry. So yeah, that's Burai Fight. That's all we got for Burai Fighter, unfortunately. Next up, what's next? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, this one's complicated. This is Sunshine. We're now entering the era of the Neo Geo. So this is from 1990, 1991. The thing is, it's not just Sunshine. It's also Block Paradise and also Fun Fun Brothers. Alpha Denshi, later ADK. Oh. Okay. Both cabinets feature a fan to simulate the... Oh, okay. Interesting. There we go. Thank you. And hi, Sephasai. Welcome. Thank you for the 50 bits. Good old ADK. The Neo Geo enters the scene. Yep, it sure does. Let's take a quick look at the back of the flyer here. So this has the early film strip aesthetic. And it's a puzzle game. It looks like you're dropping blocks. Oh. Thank you, Reichwood, for following. Welcome. And, you know, there's not that many puzzle games on the Neo Geo. It could have done with one early in its life, and it didn't get it. Well, not this one, anyway. So, as is my basic understanding, what happened here is it started development as Sunshine. It was then reworked into... and it had the Neo Geo cartridge number 008. Then it got reworked into Block Paradise, which was number 012. And I didn't realise this, but Fun Fun Brothers does appear to be like another rework of this same game. And they tried again, but it just didn't pan out. I don't think we got a video of Sunshine, but we do have Block Paradise and Fun Fun Brothers. So let's where's the button? Where's the shit? Here we go. Please cooperate. Push Sunshine 2 more times. Oh, please. Half this stream is just going to be me opening and closing the MPV. But you worked earlier. It really did, I swear. Oh. Okay, hang on. Let me think. One more try. Is there something it doesn't like about the URLs I'm using? There has to be something I'm doing wrong. Okay, right. Bear with. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me cook. IT. We might have to. Don't mind me. I'm not down. I'm just. No, I've got the most recent version of the downloader thingy. It's just not. It's just deciding. No, I don't want to work. Okay, let's try this. Don't mind us. Just doing some tech work midstream. It's fine. It's normal. Okay. Did download it. Should be panic. Oh, hold on. I might have minimized too much. Nope. Okay, we're good. I need to open. No, go back here. Normal people would have made this like a video, but no, I was like, nah, I can do it. No, I'm fine. No, I can do it. Well, fuck it, we'll do it live. Okay, copy link. And then open this. And then paste this. And then pray. No. Okay. Right. No, don't worry about it, the opponent. It's not your fault. This could have happened to anyone. Ah!
You boys be quiet down there.
I picked the wrong one, didn't I? Fuck, I did. This is the wrong one. This is the Basement Brothers overview. Shit. Okay, right, hang on. Aha! There we go. This shit's gonna be quiet though. Yeah, the Basement Brothers seem nice. I'm not super familiar with their works, but they've preserved like a couple of Neo Geo things. That has a bit of a history about this game, so that's why it's in the link dump. And is it just... Oh, yeah, it just ends there. That's fine. Okay, so shrink that down. Maybe it's going to cooperate. Maybe I figured out the tech. Nope. Okay. So that was a tiny bit of block paradise. But we also have a bit of Fun Brothers. Half of this stream is just going to be me trying to get this to work. It's fine, it's fine. Aha! There we go. We were cheated. And out title deed of the orphanage. Taken by a bad real estate company. We can't allow them. We'll chill. What? We are the thief of justice. Fun Brothers. Yeah, it's literally the plot from Blues Brothers. So yeah, as you can see, it's not aesthetically identical, but it has very similar gameplay, so I didn't realise the two games were connected. Anyway, they're stealing from the Vice building, so it's fine. So you're the Knights of Justice. Lucky! We'll grill them. Okay, thank you. Put the same color jewelry onto a truck after arranging more than 3 pieces in one line by length, width, and diagonally. But were they thieves in the Japanese version? Try Lucky Bomb if jewelry is tiled up. You just woke up for that plot dump? That's sick. That's good. Number of assigned jewelry is 40 pieces. Got you. When you said very Blues Brothers, I wasn't prepared for just how Blues Brothers. Basically, yeah. Ready? One point, please. There he is. Gotcha. Metal Slug gunshots. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, what are the Americans gonna do? Sue us? ADK minutes before being sued. But yeah, I think the description mentions that this was like in a VHS that was being passed around the Neo Geo community in the 90s. Oh no, they're arrested! They're going to Turbo Jail! Oh no! Won't you cooperate with us? This presentation is so charming. I really hope this gets dumped someday because it's really cute. Ooh. Oh shit. Main soft dip. Okay. Yeah, that looks like the... Is this an early BIOS? Yeah, good old debug menu. Those buildings are very Bonanza Brothers, that's true. This would have been contemporary with it. Yeah, probably for the dev kit that we're using. Won't you cooperate with us? And those facial expressions are giving me major, me and my partner saw you from across the bar and we dig your vibe energy. That's really good. Oh. Yeah, oh, there's a lot of Neo Geo prototypes, by the way, and that's one that I want. Speaking of, next in line is one that I prepared a few images for. Hold on, no. Okay, gotta catch up. This is Mystic Wand. This is another Alpha Denshi game. The images here come from Neo Geo Protos. And there's also a video. Let's see if we can get that to play. It might start cooperating. It seems to be more cooperative. Not yet. We'll see if we can get the video working. If not, it's not a huge loss because it's not a massively long video. I wonder what's causing the issue. Anyway, this looks like a really cute little platformer thingy. And there is a very interesting story on the Neo Geo Protos page, so in lieu of the video, I'll read it out. Mystic Wand was a game developed between 1990 and 1991 for the Neo Geo. So this is the story from Hatano Takashi, who worked for Alpha Denshi. That allows 2 players to play simultaneously. It's an action game with puzzle elements based on Tecmo's Solomon's Key. The planner was Kenji Sawatari, who later created World Heroes, and the designer was Gen Suzuki. The players control two characters. The A button creates coloured stones, and the B button is used to jump. If you press the button to create a stone next to it, the colour of the stone will change, and will disappear when 3 of the same colour line up vertically or horizontally. Also, if you press and hold the stone creation button next to a stone, you can attack by throwing the stone to the side. If you collect all the items scattered across the screen, the door will open and you'll be cleared once you enter it. There was trial and error during development, and also a version that cleared the game just by collecting all the items. As far as the boss battle is concerned, you can clear it by hitting the boss with a stone and defeating it. I'm not sure if it's the same Gen Suzuki, because, bear with. The location test was held at a game center in the town of Okigawa. The income was good on the first day, but after that it dropped sharply, and no matter how many times I made adjustments to it, the income did not go up, and so as a result, the game died. And since it was a dead game, there was no catalogue, pamphlet, flyer, etc. After that, Gen Suzuki hid the development board, and when he was dismissed from the company, it seems that he took it away in the form of stealing from the company. If this game ever comes up at auction, the seller is him or someone who bought it from him. Wow! Fuck it, it's mine now. Prized possession, yep. just if you want to put it on your resume, just steal it. The video is not loading up, so we can move on to our next game. Metal Rabbit is next. Nope, that's Mad Dancing. Here we go. Here's one for the video system freaks out there. So this advert is found in Game Machine Archive. From the Game Machine Archive, which is a really helpful catalogue of all the issues of Game Magazine. Game Machine, June 1st, 1991, issue 404. And it's on page 13. And according to the Undumped wiki, this does stuff from this was reused in Turbo Force, but it's the rabbit from Rabio Lepus. It's Bunny Week, damn right it is. And this is all we've got. There's nothing else on this, so most likely it was repurposed into Turbo Force and given a more completely different vibe. And yep, it's Rabio Lepus. It's Rabbit Punch. This is all that's known about this one. It's just this little advert. So, Snake, where did you get all this info again? Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, we'll have like a massive link dump at the end of this stream. My research began, of course, at the Undumped wiki, and then I sort of moved on from there. I'm doing my best to keep as much of the links and sources as possible, because I feel it's important, because I'm not doing the work here. I'm merely gathering stuff, you know. Sort of. Captain Waffle pilots the ship from Turbo Force in Aero Fighters 3, but it's not connected to Stein Breakers otherwise. That probably would have been a cooler game than Turbo Force. I do have a soft spot for Turbo Force, though. It's very silly. Anyway, next game. Let's see, where are we? Okay, Mad Dancing is next. So this one came from Gamist. Issue 69. Game Theory. Captain Waffle is a rabbit. And I was alerted to these from 05 Pro's Twitter. So this is a cancelled human entertainment game from 1992. Look at this. So this is like a scrolling brawler, but it looks like you control multiple, like there's 3 characters on screen at once, but it looks like you're sort of limited to rows. You don't move up and down freely. Like each character appears to like you see, there's 3 rows there, and then there's 2 rows there. Dancing in Harem Cat. Now there's Mad Dancing. Cool fish, people. But yeah, human entertainment didn't really do many arcade games, I don't think, and all the ones that I found were cancelled. But this looks really interesting. They did do Burning Tornado at least, and I think we got some character profiles here. Yeah, very odd. You control a row of three some guys and a girl facing off against a gaggle of freaks. Uh-oh. Yeah, Burning Tornado is like the one that I think of. The grimacing guy is an emote? Absolutely, yeah. That's pretty good. I like the blood splatter on the here. Love a good freak gaggle, yeah. Yeah, it's like these look like monsters. Let's take a look at the fish guy again, just for fun. Beautiful. That's a nice shot face if ever there was one. Oh, I should add that. I added a few nice shots, mostly for me. But yeah, oh yeah, there we go. Good. But yeah, I've always been curious about this one because I just can't get a sense of how it would play. And if only Karate Blazers was this cool, tell me about it. But yeah, that's mad dancing. Okay. Ooh. So this one's going to be tricky because I need the video to work. Let's all put our hands together to pray. I just gotta wonder if there's like something I'm doing wrong. Maybe I am the problem. For many such cases. Because, okay, so this game is Stellsinger and the Lost Child. This is developed between 1992 and 1994. Most of the information on this game comes from one of the developers, Frank Sauer. Let me pop that here. Hard knuckle the screen. No, it is the computers who are wrong. True, real. Okay, one more try. Oh, it just says unavailable, but why? It is available. Oh. That's because I clicked the wrong thing, that's why. Copy link. Maybe if we try this. No. Okay, well, Stellsinger is not working, that's fine. How many videos do I have left, is the question. Yeah, so Art and Magic were a company who, well, at least some of their staff worked on Amiga games like Agony, and they wanted to make an arcade game. They had an arcade game in mind, and it was Stellsinger and the Lost Child. And they made the hardware in tandem with the software. They were like, okay, we can make this work. Our hardware was soon capable of pumping large quantities of sprites to build environments with an unprecedented sense of depth. We had developed ideas about a game that would exploit these features. Stellsinger was going to be that game. And development kept having to be paused because they had to make commercially friendly games. So that's stuff like Ultimate Tennis, Stoneball, and Cheese Chase. And eventually the money put into those projects took away from Stellsinger and eventually made the game obsolete. And they specifically say, when we presented a working prototype of Stellsinger at an arcade convention in Germany, and the next booth was demonstrating Killer Instinct, their game was head and shoulders above ours, both in terms of technology and art. This is the time we decided to quit the coin-op industry for good. Yeah, that's rough. So, okay, let me just quickly go over how many videos I've got left. We might have to just abandon them. Oh, it could be... Okay. Fuck. One of the big things is just video. We might have to improvise. Okay, let me just try something. No. Okay. Just bear with. I'm just going over this. So. Okay, so there's 1, 2. There's a... Okay. Okay, I think we will have to cut the video portion of our presentation. Unless I can figure out how to quickly do it on YouTube. Oh, shit, okay. Now it works. Okay, right. Well, I tell you what. We'll take a... I have prepared a quick break for everyone. Just as a, you know, just to rest your brain.
なんでよ。やってみろ。日本語わかりませんと言ったはず。
Techno fix it, if only.
Uh-oh. これがアメリカンジョークです。なるほど。だからなんでよ。
Good. Okay, well, at least that video worked. Okay. Right, so, hold on, wait, bear with. Okay, go here. Let's see if we can get one of these working. Nope. Okay, maybe this one. Sazazuka, stand in the hallway. Math is its own language. Good, I'm glad. Hello, question. Did Namco's Assassin ever come up? Yeah, we can't add games to the docket, so no, it didn't come up, unfortunately. I don't know enough about it. Is that one that was like being made by their American department or whatever? Like Data East's Bandit? Okay, right. We're gonna have to adjust our plan a little because the next game, there's a game coming up that we absolutely have to have video for. There's like no way around it. Let me figure this out. I need to figure out a way to do this properly on the fly, which is always a good idea. Okay, let's try this. So I'm going to open this. I'm going to shrink this. Okay, that looks good. Now I need to click the button that says browser source do not open. Okay. We need to switch that on. Always a bad idea. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on. Why is it transparent? How did that happen? I don't even know how I did this. You know, that actually kind of works out. I need to... Let's do the job. Is that enough of the screen? No, it's too much of the screen. So shrink that down. How in God's name did I don't remember. I didn't put a chroma filter on this. What? Is it because it's... there we go. Okay. So, yeah, we have to talk about Vertexer. We've got to. We may as well do this now while I've got this up. I can shrink this a little more. And a little more here. So, this is like one of the most famous Undumped arcade games. Everyone wants this. Everyone wants Vertexer. And I see it. And also it makes me sad that we haven't got it. So this was meant to be a game for the Idia cabinet. Check Discord messages for more information. Okay, bear with. Okay. Oops. Nope. Hold on. Okay, let's switch the browser. Let's switch the browser thing off while I'm doing this. It's probably not a good time to to install this live. How do I click the thing? Okay, hold on, wait. You can buy the soundtrack for Vertexa, yes. Absolutely you can. Okay, I'll have to look into that later, because I can't do that live. But that's okay, thank you for that, the opponent. I'll look into that. For now, though, so this was like a motion cabinet kind of thing that Taito made. So this is from a flyer for 1993. It's showing off a Galactic Storm there, which is one of the games that was compatible with it, as was Super Chase, and the game we're looking at in a minute, Vertexa. Look at the price. Look, can you see that 7 figure price tag there? Yes, and in fact, I do have a video of someone playing Super Chase in it. We'll just have to link to it. That's fine. We can do that. Pop that here. This is like a full motion cabinet, so yeah, it's gonna be fucking expensive as shit. An unbelievable amount of money. So here's another picture of the Idia cab. The Idia 2 cab, in fact. This was for 2 people. But more importantly, this is the text on the side of the Idia cabinet. In creating a new entertainment medium, Taito R&D staff determined to design an artificial environment entertaining system. Our goal is to provide people with sensational experiences through sensory stimulation. Idia has been developed basing on such concept and is still under progression. Taito. Good. Now, when I was looking into this, I was like, okay, everywhere says that Vertex was meant to be for the Idia cab. Who said that, though? And I found an old auction for a copy of Vertexa. And what do you know? There it is, Idia Vertexa. So, Undumped says that there's only 20 boards of this in existence. And it looks like this. Oh, fuck, I closed... Oh, god damn it, no. Fuck, I closed the browser. I am a buffoon. It's okay, we can save this. Close that. Look at this. It's so crisp. So yeah, this is like almost like the final evolution of a super scalar game, kind of. Catch the heart. So it's like space racing. You've got rivals that taunt you. It looks extremely F-Zero X, despite dating it, predating it by like 5 years. It is very Power Drift-esque, you're right. The rotating Taito banner is a sick effect. How sick does that look? I think this was tested at least. They say there's 20 boards out there, but it's just so rare that, you know, also the cabinet cost 6 million yen. That might be something to do with it. that might play a part. So yeah, that's Vertex. Very highly wanted arcade game. No one, like, multiple people have been known to own the boards, and no dumps at all. This just hasn't happened yet. Yeah, it would have been a genuine experience playing that on a real cab, but alas, we are denied. Now, I did skip ahead just to get Vertex out the way. So next up is actually another Holy Grail. This is one for me. This is one for me. Mostly because I did a lot of work double checking shit. Let me find the thing. Okay. Wait, bear with. No, is it here? No, that's not it. Aha! So, on October 15th, Sega Enterprises Limited held a private show at the head office building to unveil Super Heavyweight Champ Upright, the new video games Dark Edge and Looney Tunes in the System 32 series. What's that game then? What's going on there? This is from Game Machine from December 1992. Looney Tunes is under development and shipment schedule is unfixed. Let's have a look at what that game actually is. This is Looney Tunes Dye a Hair. Looney Tunes is a 13-level, simultaneous 3-player side-scrolling marathon that stars all your favourite Warner Brothers cartoon characters. Choose your racer from among the 3 main contestants, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. No, Bugs doesn't have an unfair advantage because he's a rabbit. The characters only move as fast as your finger can push the single run button. A jump button is available for leaping over obstacles and for squashing other contestants so you scamper down the field. Incredibly detailed, high-quality animation grace this game. Each character looks and moves exactly like its celluloid counterpart. In addition to Bugs, Daffy and Porky, you see a whole cavalcade of cartoon co-stars, including Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote, Yosemite Sam and more. Every level takes place in a different scenario, featuring these cartoony characters doing what they do best. As you're racing for the finish line, you might run into Sylvester in his eternal quest to catch Tweety Bird, or get bumped from behind by Elmer Fudd's bubble rifle, as he tries to shoot Bugs Bunny. Not all levels are on land. Some take place in the water, while others take place on distant planets, which Marvin the Martian can attest to. The 3 main contestants race against each other, and the computer-controlled Tasmanian Devil. As in all Warner Brothers cartoons, anything goes. Taz is notorious for mowing down opponents and cutting them off. The 2 top contestants continue to the next level with increasing obstacles and faster computer opponents. Losers must buy in again to continue. Looney Tunes is just as fun to play as it is to watch. Get in on the fun today. That's all, folks. So we got these 3 screenshots. Not a lot to go on. Except me win, you no more play. Remember this. Bugs doesn't win because he holds back, just like Sans. Losers must buy in. Yeah, like, it has been suggested by some that this was meant to be like a redemption game of some kind. But it has a joystick and 2 buttons. Aha, well, I happen to know where that one comes from. Oh, so the Undumped wiki says that issue 46 of Electronic Gaming Monthly is supposed to have screenshots of this game, but it doesn't have enough pages for the page it says it's on. It's because someone got mixed up somewhere along the line, and it's actually issue 51. The Lost Media Wiki helpfully just copied the part that says it's in issue 46 and not the bit that says there isn't a page number that high. Thanks, guys. Really helpful. Here's what you're looking for. I only figured that out because Unseen64 has this screenshot as well, and they helpfully, you know, gave it the right label. They labeled it EGM, Electronic Games, not EGM. Oh, is it? Really? But, huh? How did I fuck that up? No, it's right here. Is it? I don't even know anymore. I found it anyway. So, there's that. Anyway, this is the only one that refers to it by the full title, by the way. And we do have some extra screenshots. As they say, that there's a stage in water. There's the victory screen. And then there's this, which you can't see at all. But you can just about make Tweety Bird over there, I think. Maybe? Wait, next race. So, yeah. I don't even care if this is like a game for children. Oh, the same screenshot is in Electronic Game. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's good. I wasn't going nuts. That's fine. I've been preparing this for this stream all week. Wait, next race in the familiar Atari Namco font. Yep, sure is. But there is one more screenshot. This is from Game Machine, April 1st, 1993. Hold on, wait, bear with. It's not the greatest screenshot in the world, I'm not gonna lie. That's it. Discern what you can from this. I mean, there is a little we can see. We can see danger. Bugs has clearly been flattened. And Porky Pig's doing his best. And there appears to be like a course marker at the bottom, showing you how far you are in the course. Arcade Cryptid. So yeah, this was shown at, let's see. This was shown at the Amusement Machine Show 1993. And Game Machine and Sega Retro listed it as being at the AOU Show 1993, although Beep Mega Drive doesn't. So I'm not sure if it was like a no-show, possibly. Anyway, that's it. After that, there's nothing. There's no references to this ever being released. It showed up at one, maybe two trade shows, and then nothing. Just nothing. The fastest lap font, yep. So, what the fuck happened to it? I want to know. Fonts are of absolute importance, absolutely. Yes, they are. You got to identify it. Especially Arcade GameSoft fonts, you're right. But I'm so fascinated by this because, you know, it's a huge IP. It's on System 32 hardware. It's by Sega. And it just vanished. Where did it go? Why did it get cancelled? I'm so fascinated by it. Especially since it looks great. I don't even care if it plays like a redemption game. The animation alone would be worth it. But, man, where did it go? Maybe, yeah, it could be just bad luck, timing. This would have been around 92, 93. So, who the fuck knows? I want to play it so bad, though. Mostly because me win, you no more play. Bad location test, yeah, it could be. The Cash Box is a cruel mistress. Moving on. Let's see, what else we got? So, Vertexer, we've done that. Zool. I don't want to do this, but my hand is forced. I don't like this. I am opposed to the idea of Zool being in an arcade cabinet. It disgusts me. I played the Mega Drive version of Zool and I hated it. I can't stand this game. I think it's a piece of dog shit garbage. Anyway, but regardless of what I think, it's getting closer. Jesus Christ. Do you like this? How do you feel about this? So this was to be distributed by Bellfruit, the same people who were going to distribute a little game in arcades called Rise of the Robots. And there is footage of this version out there. It showed up in Bad Influence. Does Zool mint... I don't know. Does it have... It can have as many buttons as it likes, I guess. I think it's 3. Yeah, I think it's 3, and then there's like 2 start buttons. But yeah, that's Zool Arcade. I don't like it any more than you do. But it's there. You have to deal with it. Yeah, you can't see fucking anything there. They tried. But does the arcade version still have the Chupa Chup product placement? Ooh, good question. Probably threw it in a regular Electro Coin cab. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It's an Amiga game. You should be lucky you have more than one button. Okay, next on the list. You know what? Let's go back to normality. Punky Doodle. So this is a 1993-1994 Sunsoft arcade game. No fighting, no shooting, just good, clean fun. Sorry, I forgot about the rat here. He's pretty great. Are you ready to recruit a whole new generation of game players? Punky Doodle combines the universal appeal of a cute, colourful, comical maze game with state-of-the-art gameplay features and a totally new and unique playing technique for 1 or 2 players. No fighting or shooting. Punky and Curly are the protectors of Farmer Jones's pumpkin patch, facing off against a seemingly endless array of midnight meanies and nasties of the night, but without any weapons or fighting abilities. What about those good old-fashioned Sunsoft values on which we used to rely? Instead, our heroes use the Doodle defense system. As they travel... Oh god, this is kind of tough to read. Hang on. Closer. Closer. As they travel through the pumpkin patch, they leave a trail of doodles with their magic crayons. When they attach the doodle to a pumpkin, it recoils back along the trail, clobbering any enemies it encounters with a pumpkin power punch. Punky Doodle is simple to learn and to play, but with 31 levels, 155 total rounds, and 50 kooky, spooky enemy characters, each one unique and different. It offers plenty of challenge for experienced players. Boys and girls, young and old, everybody will love Punky Doodle. Unless you don't like buff pumpkins. Anyway, this did get looked at by Electronic Gaming. Did they? Yep. That one's over here, February 1994. They kind of mention, you know, a wide audience. That implies profits. It doesn't say profits. But yeah, here's what it looks like. Punky uses his magic crayons to stop the different meanies who attack him. I'm rolling my eyes at the crossed out text here. I'm giving it the side eye. No shooting, no fighting, no fatalities? What kind of game is this? Blah blah blah, awesome twosome dual defense system. Punky Doodle may look easy, but it requires a good deal of skill to play. Punky Doodle appeals to a broad group of gamers, both old and new. You will enjoy Punky Doodle, it is mandatory. Does it look easy? Even in the arcade of despair, we cannot escape gender. It's true. If you're tired of blood, shooting, fighting, and all that other gore, give Punky Doodle by Squaresoft a couple of quarters. Odds are you'll be instantly hooked by this brain teaser. Punky Doodle will continue until morale improves. This looks cute, but, like, there's not a lot to go on. And I wonder how they stretched it out to 150 rounds. Yeah, I imagine, like, halfway through it's like, okay, kid, get the fuck off the machine. Sadly pulled from arcades for the controversial cutscene where Punky tells players to huff magic markers. This was 93-94, by the way. The flyer says 93, and this issue of EGM was February 94, so that gives us a ballpark. Oh, you know what? It's been a few minutes. It's time for Atari. Nope, wrong one. I want to click this one. Click this one. I want to put it here. Nope. This one. And also this one. It's time for Metal Maniacs. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. This is what I want. This is what I want. What could it possibly be? That's right. It's Destruction Derby. Watch your health bar. Drive fast. Hit hard. Die well. Yes. Ace of the Gangrene Gang voice. Oh, hey, Atari, we thought you were dead. So, this is also 1994. I'd like to read to you the description from System 16. A truly insane board stack, literally hundreds of chips, and at least 8 CPUs and DSPs. Please fear it. This game apparently suffered from a terrible frame rate, and compared to the other new 3D games being released in 1994, like Daytona USA, it was simply deemed too far behind the technology curve, so Atari never released it. Live free or die well 4.0. And we do actually have a cabinet photo. Some of the art team jumped into working on San Francisco Rush. That makes a lot of sense. That explains a lot. So yeah, there's the cabinet. It was like a twin setup. A truly insane board stack is such a good line, and also what they called me back in secondary school, coincidentally. So let's put the Dywell one back up. Unmaimed has a more in-depth description. Metal Maniacs is a... Oh, the Rush Talk Mortem mentions Metal Maniacs. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Oh, that's really good. That's very helpful. Thank you, Electric Boogaloo. So, Demolition Derby style game, next generation hardware. Metal Maniacs is a fairly major evolution of the hard drive in hardware design. It uses pretty much the same parts, but there's a number of large FPGAs on there that probably handle the texture mapping. The basic system is an S8EC020 upgraded from the 68,000 of the earlier games, a pair of TMS 34020s upgraded from the TMS 34010 of the earlier games, 4 DSP 32Cs, a TMS 320C31, probably for sound, and an ADS P2105. Now this system drives 2 players, so I'm suspecting that there's only one blah blah blah. Because it's all integrated onto one board, I don't know if it's possible at all to separate out all the functionality, especially because there's just one S8EC020 driving the whole shebang. At some point, the person writing this will probably plug it all in, but I strongly suspect you will never see it emulated fully. Yeah, hundreds of chips, 8 CPUs, multiple DSPs, this thing is fucking bonkers, and it still runs like shit. That's the Atari way, baby. This is the point Atari entered the mentality of more hardware equals game more gooder. That's the shit we like to see. So moving on. Okay, I think I know what we'll do here. We'll do this. We have another joke entry. Cut to Homer's car design debut. No, that's the wrong one. No, we're not including that one. Okay, Dracula's Verdict. The Verdict of Dracula. So this is a series of human games that are like not games. They don't have screens or anything, but they're still data to be dumped, and we don't have anything. I just included this because Dracula's Verdict is such a funny name. Lie detector gauge, audio instructions and questions, automated hood, multicolored lighting display, 8 probing questions from one of 4 categories, love life, money, etc. Yeah, it's the electric chair you get at fun fairs. But it's Phoenix Wright's greatest adversary. Dracula's Verdict. It does not, in fact, mean shit to him. There's also Crystal Fortune. Life-size mannequin. Personalized printed results. Ambience music. And also Johali's Window. Realistic ghost effect. So yeah, these are just novelty machines, but it's interesting. We are proud to present the exciting and mysterious arcade games you have been looking for. What exactly is it with vampire arcade games and being undumped? We'll never know. We'll never solve the riddle of Dracula Hunter. Yeah, Johali's Window looks awesome. Maybe it's like a Pepper's ghost effect they were going for? It's a personal psychology test. Dumps are like mirrors of the data, and you know how Draculas interact with mirrors. Yep, this all tracks. all 3 of these machines are the subject of a schlocky 90s horror movie about a haunted game. Absolutely they are. Okay. Right. I really want to show the video of this one, so let's see if we can get this working. Hang on. Bear with. This is always a bad idea. Okay, this seems good. So let's go to the, well, first off, I'll try the MPV again. Maybe if I give it a rest, it figures out. No, okay, that's fine. We'll do the browser capture. Always a bad idea. So let me fuck with this for a second. So, yeah. Actually, we can probably crop it there. And here. And a little here. And then up. Okay, there we go. Now we've got some more images to go with this. I've got like 100 images for this stream. This was such a bad idea. I'm having fun though. Okay, so we're about there. Okay, got it. So if I press the play button, this should work. Hold on, let me get the link first. So this is Genkai Chosen Dystopia. This is a Toa Plan. This is a cancelled Toa Plan arcade game. It was cancelled because they went out of business before they finished it, or like ready to you know, distribute it. This game looks incredibly sick. I don't think we're meant to have sound yet. Ah, there we go. Look at this. Yeah, 1994, that'll do it, yep. So they did make games other than shoot-em-ups, and this was going to be one of them, but it was right at the end of the company's life, and it just didn't make it. And it looks super sick. Post-apocalyptic present fantasy. Yeah, I'm on board. Yeah. There's been like a few things found about this game, like a bunch of design documents that we'll see in a minute. Yeah, it is the Pippi and Bibby's transition. All roads lead to Pippi and Bibby's. And there's a cute elf girl in it. It has to be good. A cute elf girl and a cool skeleton. This game has it all. You got crawling. This is a post-apocalypse and it's like in the present and shit. Multi-stage game stage choices. It looks pretty sick. Yeah, this looks great. Unfortunately, it was literally at the worst possible time. There's no releasing something that late for Toa Plan. But they do have... Okay, hold on. Wait. We got like a couple of design documents. And these are from Hatimi to Xiaoyu on Twitter. There's a bunch of these. Playing Darksider there. I'm just gonna pop these here. Hachimitsu Xiaoyu, thank you. There we go. Got there in the end. So let's see. Yeah, we have this title sort of page. Our main characters, our protagonists. They got sort of the design on how the game is played. You've got your crawling, some kind of leap. There's lots. I've picked out the most interesting ones. There's like a lot of these, so highly recommend you take a look at those Twitter posts to see them. Cute elf girl, big fan. Look at this rad skeleton. Yeah, that's the pepper. That's the stuff. I want it. Give it to me. And we've even got like a map. The map. So like, yeah, there's like multiple routes. I did choose the right page, thank you. Loads of cool guys. Yeah, the designs in this game, like, we can't see them very well, obviously, in-game. But it looks great. It's just, like, literally the worst time for Toa Plan to try and release something like this. Because, you know, the real main character right there, you're not wrong. Okay, so... the unfortunate thing is... a lot of the Neo Geo stuff I wanted to show off relied on video, so we might have to skip around a bit. But what if you didn't want something like that? What if you wanted a fighting game in the year of our Lord 1994? Because there's lots of them. We're about to enter a whole bunch of them, like this. That's right. Way of the Warrior, the arcade version. 9 characters plus 2 3D rendered boss characters, more if you know the way. 60 to 80 unique moves, specials and terminations per character. 3D modelled parallaxing areas with dynamic camera zooming. A fighter second to none in a series of games destined to make the CD-ROM system your best video game investment. Including Rocker Ball, VR Stalker, Mad Dog 2 and Way of the Warrior. Courtesy of American Laser Games. There was going to be, I don't know the details, whether it was going to be different, whether it was literally going to be a 3D and a 3DO in a cabinet, but there it is, Way of the Warrior. Super hits and earnings at a low cost, yes! I don't think any of these came out except Mad Dog 2, obviously. What is that control panel? It's good is what it is. I'm glad that was all in caps, because that encapsulates my feeling as well. No, that's like, what the fuck? They couldn't rename themselves to American CD-ROM games. Yeah, I look forward to 3DO emulation being fixed. I really want to see Shadow War of Succession as it's meant to be played. Yeah, this is a nightmare cabinet. You wake up in a cold sweat after seeing something like that. Yeah, I don't think it did. I think only the Laserdisc version came out. CDs uses lasers, it still fits. Yeah, I think they were advertising this as maybe like a cheaper version, but I don't think this particular version came out. AI hallucination-esque cabinet, yeah. Like, what's with all this space here, but like between the monitor and the game? A nightmare cab for a nightmare game. This, oh yeah, I guess it's the speakers, but oh, it looks horrible. Hold on, wait, what's this? Ah! Oh no, I hate it! Oh, don't post stuff like that, that's scary. Okay, moving swiftly on. So we're now entering the fighter zone. It's time for Deadly Sport. Or rather, this was... Oh, what the fuck was this? Hang on. This is like an earlier version called something else, I think. Deadly Sport? Nope. Forgot my notes. That's fine. So, I believe 05 Pro found this. Are you familiar with... Oh, a Street Brawl. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. So this game started life as Street Brawl, and it was in development at the same time as a little game called Survival Arts. That was obviously made by Scarab. But, yeah. They were making another digitized fighting game. And here's another scan. That's also in the 05 Pro link. We got 9 characters. Let's take a closer look at this. Let's finish. It looks very Deadly Survival Arts-esque. Deadly Sport in the title, yep. Yeah, Street Brawl was like the early name for the game, and then they changed it to Deadly Sport. And they even got far enough to make a flyer, which you'll see in a second. 9 characters available, including a clown, I think. And here's the flyer. Yeah, this is running on the SSV hardware. Good old Sammy. At it again. Oh god, the clown. I don't like it. When am I ever going to get to play Survival Arts against someone who knows how to play it again? You're right. You have to seize those opportunities. So yeah, this does look a bit more Battle Monsters, doesn't it? Oh yeah, Zilla Okamura uploaded the soundtrack, that's right. A costume shop fighting game. That's mean, but also I can't deny it. Horrid clown. Don't like him. Yeah, this looks like something. He was gonna have finishing moves, it was, you know. But it's, I guess they figured we only want to release one of these. Viking looks like what a 5-year-old thinks a Viking is. Yep, the rip-off Guile, they're all here. Yeah, he did work on Viewpoint, that's right. Yes, it was going to have a Okamura score. We're all learning tonight. God, that Viking. Let's see if we can get a closer look at some of this. Zoom in. Not a whole lot to go on, but the backgrounds look nice. I gotta wonder what this looked like in motion, though. It is a... that first flyer page is a little Street Fighter the movie with it. Yeah, that's Deadly Sport. This is a fairly well-known one. People have been trying to find that for a good while. But here's the fight. Here's one of the 2 fighting games I want. Oh, good. It's on YouTube. Excellent. Good. Fist of the North Star. 10 big brawls for the king of the universe. Not the Arc System Works game. This was a 1995 Banpresto published one. And we don't have much info here, but we do have. Hang on, let me shoot this a little. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Nope, come on, play with me. 10 years before basketball. Yep. We have a list of characters who are to appear in it. Rei, Kenshiro, spelled wrong. Rao, Shu, Madara, Toki. That's meant to be Mamiya and Ugia. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 8 characters. Kenshiro. Kenshiro, okay, yeah. You got to do a lot of fitness training before you get to do those 10 big brawls. So what's interesting here is that this is a different roster from the Arc System Works game. Shu, Madara, and Ugia were not in the more famous Atomic Wave game. There is also a second screenshot on this one. Yeah, Heart is usually the side boss character, but they went with Madara here. There you can see the subtitle a bit more clearly. And that shares that subtitle with the Game Boy game. And I believe this is Mamiya versus Rao. And I think, if I remember right, I can't remember who. I think Hokuto no Shock identified who was in this screenshot. I know that's Rao on the left, but oh, the Hokuto Renkitoza in the background. Ah, nice. Shu. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I figured that you'd know that one. But yeah, Banpresto did publish a few fighting games. They were mostly made by Illuma, so you got like the Mobile Suit Gundam one. I'm really curious as to how this would have turned out. Did it ever release? Was it ever play tested? I have to know. This is what I really want to see, but we just don't know how much of it was made. I'm deathly curious about it. I gotta see it. This is the one I want. It would have played janky, but it would have been fascinating, absolutely. So, have you had enough fighting games? Well, tough. We got more of them. Hang on. We're going to put that here. So, some idiot took this photo in Mandarake in Akihabara. I don't know who that would be. Absolutely no idea. But, yeah, there's the Neo Geo cartridge for the Warlocks of the Fates. Yeah, I was curious about the Game Boy connection as well. Oh, no, absolutely. I appreciate your insight. I knew I'd have to ask you who the person on the right was. Yeah, who could have possibly taken this photo? We just don't know. It's a joke, it was me. So this is the Warlocks of the Fates, made by Aztec 21 for the Neo Geo. This game is really interesting. It's got a kind of fantasy vibe to it and a completely cracked out soundtrack, and I want to play it. I want to play it so bad. And there is lots of video footage of it. It's just, there's never been a public dump. Okay, so let me see if I can get this. I think we should be alright to use this. So unfortunately, there is in-emulator footage of some of these Neo Geo games, but they're done terribly. Like they got the really bad scanline filters on. So that should be this link here. Hang on. Yeah, it's got flying combat, and it's got a witch in it. Yes! Listen to this! Oh, by the way, that photo is missing the gigantic not for sale placard, so... The staff roll has the get on it, and Viva la Revolution, good. So let's see a bit of gameplay. Yeah, there's the witch! Here we go, look at this! So yeah, that's just a quick look. There's lots of footage of this one available, so you can look it up. And that witch is so adorable. Hold on, fuck it. I want to go back. I want to see you in the intro. Look at she go. I love her. That's so good. How many of the games in this stream have 90 SNES samples? All of them, actually. Every last one of them. Okay, so I tell you what. Because I've figured out how to do YouTube, just completely improvising, we'll go back a bit. We'll go back a bit to Stealth Singer and the Lost Child. We need to see like a couple of seconds of that at least. Where is the video? We are actually nearing the end of my presentation. So we should be good for time, actually. But I just need to close that. Put this in. Press this button. There we go. So remember, this was between 1992 and 1994. They wanted a kind of Golden Axe-esque game. You can tell this is made by ex-Amiga devs. It might be, because they did do Ultimate Tennis. Powerful sound effects. This Willow arcade game looks weird. Oh, I think that was that the Lionheart people? I think that's I know that Art and Magic pulled out of the coin-op business around 94. Cartoon-like animations. But this looks pretty sick. For 93, this looks great. It's just, you know, they had to make a game as well. The environments are so good. I'm sorry, the devs looked at Killer Instinct and thought, nah, this looks way better visually. Shoutouts to Belgium. Yeah, the 3D effect is really convincing. I'll tell you what, let's just... this is like 14 minutes long, so it's quite a big one. But I just want to... well, let's admire these. There is gameplay at some point. I don't think so, but they did work on the Amiga game Agony, if you're familiar with that. God, look at that water effect. Oh, so good. This is an attract mode or a tech demo. Well, this is a preview. They're not quite there yet. I'll tell you what, let's fast forward a bit. Ah, here we go. We got some actual gameplay here. So yeah, kind of similar to Bouncer. It's very focused on sprites moving in and out of the screen. The press start in the corner keeps throwing you off. Yep. Oh, thank you for following Xin Jingmeng. I hope I pronounced that right. Sorry. Thank you. This is different from our usual stream, but I figured it'd be fun. In a way, this kind of reminds me of Thea's Quest in that, like, it's a game that probably would have been better at home rather than in an arcade setting, but they wanted the technology. Yeah, ex-Amiga dev, so it does track. Amiga Heimdall, yeah, that's this looks like what Arabian Fight should have been. Yes, agree. This game is better just as the tech preview. I mean, mean, but no, actually, I agree with you. It looks like a fine brawler. It's just, man, the tech is really good. And as you can see, there's a lot of this. Like, here's the forest from earlier. That 3D effect is so convincing. In an alternate timeline, this is the CDI's rarest, most sought-after game. God damn it, yeah. I believe, hang on, I have this in my notes. Blah, 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 blah. Ah! At one ECTS show, we showed a video of Stealthsinger to Phil Harrison of Sony Computer Entertainment, who immediately said he wanted us for the upcoming PlayStation. Unfortunately, the hardware guys blocked us from going the PlayStation route, as it would have meant the end of hardware development for them. So yeah, they were offered PlayStation, but the people making the hardware were like, no, we gotta keep our jobs. God damn it, no, don't get rid of us. So that explains that. Okay, let me switch this off. You know, I'll move this up with me. We're going on a journey together. Now, where am I in my? Okay, so a bit further up. Should have named these images in retrospect. I just gave them numbers because I was like, nah, this is easier. A bit further up. Okay, we're at Dystopia. Nope, gotta get past Street Brawl. Aha! I think we're back on track. Yep, here we are. So more cancelled Neo Geo games. Next is Ninja Gaiden 2. Did you know? A second Ninja Gaiden? It's real. So this was posted by this Twitter user. So this appears to be a scrolling brawler. And it doesn't use the Ryu Kenden name, it uses Gaiden. So this was in development by Tecmo for the Neo Geo. 65% complete. Unfortunately, I couldn't find what magazine this came from. I was unable to figure that out. But we got a couple of shots here. We got some characters. I really like the girl, obviously. She's cute. And I like the big buff guy. But there's not a lot going on here. I think they've got the names in the background. Rash, Ryu, Ran. There we go. Finally, Ninja Gaiden. So, What happened here is that this was play tested in 1994, a location test at Ochanomizu Conan. But this has a tie-in with something else. Are you familiar with a game called Toki Densho, Angel Eyes? Yes, it is! Octano Shock got it! This was... so, there's a dev diary for Toki Densho that specifically says 3 teams were formed to reuse the program, data, and graphics from the cancelled Neo Geo game Ninja Gaiden 2 in order to create new fighting games, with each team creating a separate game. And each team is working intently together to come up with ideas, and so the 3 games were: Team A was working on a ninja fighting game, Team B was working on a fairy tale fighting game, and Team C was working on a horseback fighting game. No, don't worry. But yeah, what happened was this game got cancelled, and from the bones of that came, I think, one of the Gallop Racer games, and also Toki Densho Angel Eyes, which explains a lot, as I'm sure you may understand. Now, we went back, we actually skipped around a bit. Is this the last? No, this isn't the last Neo Geo game. So many of these Neo Geo games, I'm telling you. This is one that a lot of people really want to see. This is one that hurts. Nope, wrong button. Oh, is it? Is it fucking up? No, here it is. This is Last Odyssey Pinball Fantasia by Monolith. Not that Monolith. No, I'm just gonna let that linger. Just let that percolate in your mind. The connection between Ninja Gaiden 2 and Gallop Racer. Oh yeah, this got the jams.
Stage 1.
It looks so cool, and it would have been the only pinball game on the system. It looks sick! And it has this kind of strange structure, like it's miniature little tasks that you have to accomplish. It does, but it seems that it has like multiple forms that you go through as you complete each stage. Is there any other? Well, there's an explanation of how to play here. Bunch of targets.
Lost ball.
Lost ball. We got like a blocked route. See, the stage is evolving as we play. So it does look quite small, but they're doing things with it, which is really interesting. Good announcer too, absolutely, yes. An important part of the pinball experience. Oh, this does appear to be on like a VHS. So, yeah, okay. This is really cool. It looks so sick. But we're not quite done with Neo Geo games, not just yet. I tell you, I am skipping a few games because they're not super interesting. But okay, so this is the last one for Neo Geo. hold on, wait. And if you know about Neo Geo prototypes, you might be familiar with this one. Fuck yeah, Heberek no Pair Wars. It's competitive Shanghai. I think that's what it is. Yeah, there are more videos of... Last Odyssey and Warlocks of the Fates are pretty, like, well documented in that there's plenty of videos of them, so you can find them. But yeah, here's Heberek no Pair Wars. Heberek and buddies are in 3D. It's Ochan! Post Ochan. Post Ochan in the chat, everyone. So there's a couple of... There's a little instruction card for this one. Just a 2-button game. And we got some extra screenshots here. Not a whole lot. But there is a story about this one, unfortunately. First off, Pharaoh-chan. Pharaoh-chan, there we go. Yep, good. The limited edition of the forthcoming book about the history of Sunsoft Chronicle, will include the OST of the cancelled Neo Geo game Heberek no Pair Wars. So that's one thing. But here's the tragedy. An arcade operator here in the United States had a sample MVS cartridge of this game. Sadly, it was damaged along with a lot of other games and equipment in a severe flood back in 1998. Several years ago, we both tried to track down another one from the original source, an old coin-op distributor, but had no luck. Yep, the one known copy of this game was destroyed in a flood. It's never been seen since. It sucks, I know. I don't like it any more than you do. Oh well. There's not much we can do about it. But this is why it's important to dump shit as soon as you get it, because otherwise it might disappear forever and we'll never get to see Pharaoh-chan. Dump your protos before it's too late. Kak is right. Okay, let's see. God doesn't want you to see Pharaoh-chan, it's true. It's real. Now, this game isn't real. That's not real. I'm making shit up. Fuck it, get the band back together and remake it. What the fuck is this? Atari, are you at it again? Yes, they are. So, this is... Now, you might be wondering, what is IK3? What does that mean? Well, it stands for International Karate. This is an IK sequel. And I was like, how the fuck did that happen? But there is an explanation, kind of. Let's go to the Internet Archive. Yeah. Hold on, wait, bear with. There we go. So, as explained in Edge issue 55, here we go. Originally created for the Sinclair Spectrum in 1985, International Karate redefined the fighting game genre, going on to sell millions of copies across several formats and territories. The follow-up, IK Plus, influenced the development of other seminal series, Street Fighter. Now, Bloodlust, effectively IK3, is to challenge Capcom's game on its own turf, as Atari has signed the game for release in a PC-based cabinet. The action is strictly 2D, a subject Mark Cale has strong views on. So this is from a feature about the company System 3, who owned the rights to International Karate, as I recall. People are fed up with 3D. They've found it's just an effect, that it doesn't play as well as a classic 2D game, and that's what we've made with Bloodlust. Bloodlust is packed with the kind of outrageous special moves that have become more or less expected by the arcade fraternity. Projectile attacks can be angled on the fly, main. Players should also expect reversals, combos and throws. Unfortunately, Edge was unable to see the high-res arcade version due to an embargo by Atari. Players can select one of 16 characters which are presented in a novel flotation tank interface. Visually, it's hard to connect Bloodlust to the IK games, with Rare's Killer Instinct seeming a much more close match, something Kale seems unwilling to accept. Woof. However, the game's AI play system promises to outstrip Nintendo's faux 64 arcade title. Due to the sprite-based nature of the game, memory demands are heavy, with the high-res PC version requiring a staggering 64 megabits of RAM. The low-res 16 megabit Bloodlust conversion to PlayStation is obviously causing a few problems, although Kale is confident they can be solved. So yeah, this is going to release on the PlayStation and as an arcade game and as a PC game at the same time. And it looks weird. It doesn't really look like International Karate at all. And we also have this preview from Mean Machine's PlayStation. Those bonkers Philips Media folk are at it again, this time with a sexy-looking beat-em-up going by the promising name of Bloodlust. Very little is known about this game at present, but suffice to say, there'll be tons of moves, tons of characters, and oodles of blood and gore. Can you see that we've got a bit down market from Edge? Just an observation. These early shots look pretty damn funky, and if it moves anything like that sweet-talking PR man says, it'll be well worth waiting for. Yes, quite. Anyway, look out for it around May. Don't worry, if you want more sexy-looking CG, though, this is at the end of the Edge issue. System 3's liberal reinterpretation of its past classic, International Karate, features pre-rendered characters as pioneered by Rare. While Bloodlust is being developed for both PC and PlayStation for home consumption, the definitive version will surely belong to the arcade. Atari has licensed the game, and is aiming for a simultaneously worldwide release this summer. The 2 characters featured here are among the 16 contained in the full game. Oh, so sexy. Finally, we get the pin-ups we deserve. Yes, good. And now, the Unseen 64 page has some sprites, and I don't know where they got them from. There's no source, unfortunately. Maybe a developer put them up on their website? But that means we get to do this. Make them fight. We can just let them fight. It's fine. I mean, I'm assuming these are sprites from the game. They're on the page. They seem like they fit in. Classics of GIF in download folder. Yep. We can pretend that we're new navigators. Absolutely not. What if IK had jiggle physics? Who was it who said... Hold on, I gotta scroll up. It's so funny that they wanted to make a dark new IK for the next generation. I know, right? The word sexy looking links to that crappy CGI demon is peak unintentional comedy. Oh, no, these two... Like, I'd put these as navigators, but, like, I'd make it like 1,000,000 zenny, so no one would be able to redeem them. Let's see. What else we got? Ooh, okay, so this is a good one. Right, I've got to see if I can get this video working. We should be fine. This is important. This is cultured. So, this is Yuki Butaman P, a cancelled cave game from 1997. Said in Ben Elton's voice, young adults. Good. So, let's see. I believe this is like a Korean copyright thing. We have some kind of strange pig man. Completely impossible to discern this screenshot, that's fine. Because we have a flyer, where it looks a bit cuter. But it's not very high res, so we can't really discern much from here. Same copyright page as Fist of the North Star, that's right. And there's another flyer. They made a lot of flyers for this. Yuki Butaman P. There he is. Again, kind of difficult to discern what's going on here, but fortunately, we do have a video. So this is Hige Nekodo again. They recorded footage at the 1997 Amusement Operators, the AOU show, 97. So hopefully this should work. We might have to crop a little. Is this? I know that actually catches most of it. So there's the instruction card. And here it is. It's a kind of top-down maze game thing. And it looks nothing like Cave would make. Yeah, Blast City Cabs. Hang on. I gotta pause. System 3 should have kept this train going. What if Putty... That implies that Putty is not sexy. And we all know that Putty Squad is the sexiest game on PS4. So yeah, this is really weird. Very out of Cave's wheelhouse, but it looks interesting. You've got this snow mechanic. What's even going on here? I feel that this feels similar to Hair Scare in that I gotta figure out how it works. A Tinkle Pit like, yeah, it is actually. It's smart. Anyway, there are booth names. And there's, I'm not sure, some Sega games getting advertised here. I'm not sure what it is though. However, oh, and there's some Evangelion stuff there, I think. Yep, there it is. Eureka from Nadesh. Oh, of course. Oh, duh. It is her. My captain. You see, they should have put Rudy there, then I would have recognised it. Anyway, so we do need to fast forward a bit, because there's like, most of this is actually Darius Gaiden. There's also a bit of a scrolling board, but that's probably one of the Knights of Valor. Something by IGS, I assume. We got a bit of a rabbit. Oriental Legend, could be, yes. Do we have any fans of Rabbit here? I have the Saturn version, it's pretty great. But that's not what we're here to see. So like most of this is actually Darius Gaiden being played, and the cameraman is a bit weird with the roof names. They kind of try and go for a little low angle, which I don't appreciate. But here's what you're here for. Wait for it. Yep, this is... Oh, G Darius, sorry. Duh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it is weird to see Rabbit on an actual cabinet. Unfortunately, yes. But here we go. Dead or Alive cosplay. Alright, pull it back. Pull it back, mate. And it's next to Gallop Racer. Yeah, can you move to the left a little? I want to see the cabinet. Come on, buddy. Just a little... It's almost there. I can almost see it. There we go. Gallop Racer, let's go. Cameraman being extremely normal. Be a normal cameraman, please, for 5 minutes. Oh God, that's a bad frame to stand to freeze on. There we go. Okay. We can't hold that pose for long, mister. But yeah, rare vintage cosplay. I thought that was quite neat. It's nice to see that. I'm glad that Tina is there as well. Good. Okay, so we got one more. Yeah, okay, no. I promised that we would show this one. We're going to show it. We've got to go back to... I'm afraid to report that this is a cancelled sequel to Starblade. It would have been in this cabinet. This is Starblade Operation Blue Planet from 2001. powered by orbs. Now, the uploader of this video is interesting, actually. Take a look. Hold on. It's Namco. Namco themselves uploaded this.
UGSF-2, Proteus Squadron, Geocaliber 3, prepare for takeoff. Initializing systems check. Navigation systems check. Radar systems check. Weapon systems check. All systems go.
Yeah, Namco themselves uploaded this because it's part of their UGSF files.
Your objective for this mission is to wipe out the enemy fleet approaching the satellite's orbit. Destroy the tactical assault carrier, Mega Mouth. Squadrons Proteus, Overnon, Triton. Prepare to intercept the enemy immediately after takeoff and stop the invasion. There's not a second to lose. We're depending on each and every one of you. Good luck. Catapult launch system secured. Shields up. Cyclotron drive ignition. Geocaliber 3 clear for takeoff.
This feels violently 2001. Like, you can tell that that was the era this was made in. Yep, PS2 based, you can tell. It has that vibe. So it is the blue-orange contrast, you're right.
Located, preparing to attack.
But yeah, there was going to be a Starblade sequel. And it looked like this, and it looks sick.
Warning, enemy squadron detected ahead. Distance, 1600.
And it still has the same vibe as the original with the voice. It's not hydraulic, you would have to slide and lock yourself in, I see. Oh, I see, like you were just in a, I see. Just in a driving game, I see, yeah.
Warning, primary target, Mega Mouth approaching.
Oh, you were machine translating old Japanese pages that covered this, nice.
Target, tactical assault carrier, Mega Mouth.
I'm just letting this play out. This kicks ass. This absolutely whips, you're right. There was a PS3 Galaxian in the works? No! What happened? Namco? You can't do that to me.
Warning, high energy levels detected ahead.
I was worried that this stream was going to make everyone sad, but now I've made myself sad.
Warning. This is Salt Plan. We're under attack. Request immediate assistance.
Right, okay, hang on. I've got to switch the browser off. Press this button and cry. The UIMS commander design in Shadow Labyrinth was borrowed from a planned Galaxian 3 on PS3 that wasn't released? What? You can't just say that! Oh my god! Holy shit! I'll never recover. Klonoa, look what you've done. No, he's an innocent boy. It's not his fault.
Through the mode. Warning, path obstructed. Warning, enemy fighter closing from behind. Warning, path obstructed. Warning.
Klonoa is a victim here too, it's true.
Enemy fighter approaching from above. Warning. Warning. Warning, enemy fighters approaching.
Klonoa was just following orders.
Warning, enemy fighters approaching. Warning, enemy fighters approaching.
It does look sick. Yeah, this is yeah, it's just a short demo. We're gonna see like a cliffhanger in just a few moments.
Descending now. Warning, enemy fighters approaching. Warning, 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 warning. Caution, high energy levels detected ahead. Source unknown.
And they had a little bit of music for here. Oh, it's out. Yeah, that's from the original. It's a remix. But we got a cliffhanger. What's going to happen? To be continued. Thank you for your playing. But I'm glad that Namco like just uploaded it. They were just like, yeah, here you go. You can watch it if you like. It's really good. So, okay, we have one final proper game, technically. I do need the loo. So, you know what? I'm going to keep you all in suspense. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and I do actually have a little treat for you. My brother made some new music for me. Hopefully that should work. Oh,
breaking contact.
Thank you. Thank you, Sims. Appreciate that. Don't forget your belongings. So, yeah, hopefully this works, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. There we go. Yep. In January, my brother usually isn't on tour, so he's got a bit of spare time. So I was like, "Here's this Soundholic Toho jazz song. Do you think you could do something like that?" And he was like, "All right, I'm on it." I hope that you enjoyed. I really like that one. I think it might be his best work so far for me. Anyway, so the final game. Now, fortunately, I was very smart. I was like, my hand was forced a little because this video we're about to see a bit of is it's only on archive rather than YouTube. So I was like, okay, I'd better download it and put it have a local copy to make it easier to watch. And as it turns out, that was probably the right thing to do. So our final proper game in chronological order is a little thing called Hot Rod Rebels. Let's watch. So this was 2001, I want to say. This was one of the last arcade games made by what was Atari Games, eventually Midway West. 2001, yeah, that's right. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm not an expert on the San Francisco Rush games. I basically completely missed out on them. I am familiar with their works, but not super familiar. But this would have been the next game after San Francisco Rush 2049. And let's see, let me get my notes here. Nope. That's not it. There we go. So, according to Safe Stuff, the Atari place. By the way, is the volume too loud? How's the volume? I'll just crank it down a little bit. So, the version, there's 8 tracks, 3 are missing textures, and the drone AI is not ready yet. The cabinet is a standard 2049 cabinet with lots of modifications, with a new quad stereo amp in the unit to power the new speakers in the tailpipes. Inside each tailpipe is a speaker and an LED light array, and there's real tail lights built into the base of the seat. The shifter ball is supposed to be a mini 8-ball. The gas pedal is a throwback to the 70s pedals that were shaped like a caveman foot. And there's a light tree that signals when you should stomp on the gas, which is used for the drag races at the start of races. The monitor bezel and marquee bezel are black instead of the 2049 blue. The seats, a new design, and this is essentially a San Francisco Rush game, but with their muscle cars. Now, Steven Reisenberger, who worked on the game, actually has a bunch of blogs and information about the video game. So he says, Hot Rod Rebels leaned into lowbrow custom culture and rat-fink-style muscle cars, and every 3-lap race started with a quarter-mile straightaway and classic drag race. Christmas tree lights, which were to be displayed both on the screen and incorporated into the cabinet with LED lights. And I like this particular part. My favourite memory of the development of Hot Rod Rebels was the playground, a collection of stunts, shortcuts and geometry that we could teleport around. At the time, legendary game designer Mike Halley was in the same building, and so was I. He showed me some of the maps from the arcade skateboarding game 720. There was a 720 machine in the building, and it was super fun tearing up the skate parks, so I recreated one of them in our playground and drove around on it. It didn't work so well to freestyle around on the skate park, so I envisioned it as a shortcut path with a descending ceiling that would crush some of the paths and close off others. And yeah, this was in development around the time that Atari games were disappearing from the arcade scene, and it was cancelled on the very day that they pulled out the coin-op business. And there was no attempt to port it to a home console. They ported the San Francisco Rush games to anything, really, so I'm kind of surprised they didn't bother, but as is my understanding, Midway West did not last long afterwards. They made Dr. Muto, and then they quietly shuttered in 2003. finally bringing an end to Atari games, the arcade, the original arcade. And again, I'm not super familiar with the Rush games, but this looks really fun. I really like, obviously the video quality here isn't great, but I like the aesthetic. And I think muscle cars makes total sense for something like this, especially if they were going for like such a elaborate cabinet design. Dr. Muto is such a sad, ignoble end for them. I've heard about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna claim that I've played it, but it does not seem good. Yeah, I like the idea of the caveman foot pedal as well. That's really cool. Throwing a lot of fairy lights all over the cabs, I can see it. Yeah, 2049 SE seems like a much more fitting end. That sounds cool. I need to play the Rush games. I think the only one I've got to hand is like the Midway Arcade Treasures 3 version. Probably not ideal. Yeah, it was like shaped like a human foot. The actual gas pedal. Like what would the best way to play the Rush games be? Were the N64 ports good? That's right. Yeah, it's based on the Dreamcast version, isn't it? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and they added, like, they changed a bunch of things and added things. Which, again, goes to, I think it says a lot about me that the game I played the most on Midway Arcade Treasures 3 was Badlands. Not that Badlands, different Badlands. Decompilation port to the 2 arcade rushes. Ah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, no, that's almost certainly the way to go. Project R, it's called. Okay, I'll try and remember that. But yeah, this looks really cool. I think this would have been neat, but it just didn't happen right at the end. So this video actually goes on for how long? This is like a full 16-minute video of just showing off all of the tracks. We'll skip ahead a little. They're showing off all the cars in here. There's photos of the cabinet that looks like a later build. Interesting. They obviously had a lot of fun designing these tracks. I can tell that. Anyway, we do have a few more things to show, but I did promise Electric Boogaloo to show off Hot Rod Rebels, and there it is. There was also Mean Streak, which I didn't get a chance to properly research. The video here is pretty early. Ah, there's a lot of 2049 assets, I see. Oh, is this... Hold on. Bear with. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can get this working. Yep. Do this here. Take this. Pick it up. Like that. So is this... There we go. So is this the later revision or not? I'm not familiar.
3, 2, 1.
That's just blocking the Atari Games thing, don't worry.
Checkpoint. It's dangerous.
This might be even earlier, actually. Whoops. Aha! Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Oops. Wrong button. Oh, this actually works out, kind of. Ah, okay. I'm with you now. Right, okay, yeah, this would be the later revision. Right.
2 laps to go.
Anyway, that's enough of that. But thank you, Electric Boogaloo, for your patience. Yeah, that looks like a much later version. That looks quite a bit better. No, thank you for your patience in helping me out with a few things, because I know I'm not fully versed in some of these games, so having other people show up to let me know is really helpful. So we have 4 games left to go. I've saved them for last because I wanted a game to represent the 80s in the one game that I want more than anything, a game from the 90s that I want more than anything, and a showstopper. The 80s game actually gets 2 games because they're connected. So let's... We have to talk about Pitchman, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. We have to talk about Pitchman. This is a 1984 Laserdisc game developed by a company called Laserdisc Computer... what the fuck was their name? Oh my god, I've forgotten it already. I had it written down. Pitchman. Laserdisc Computer Systems. There we go. So who is this man? Who is this man? This is Dr. Sly. He's a slippery customer, he is. He's played by Steve Sweeney. No, not that one, different one. This one. Don't say his name, don't think it. And this, the concept here was this was going to be like a demented sideshow set of carnival sideshow games that you'd have to play. The man isn't real, the skull might be. So this was featured in Video Games, a magazine just called Video Games from January 1984. The laser age continues. A new technology brings remarkable change. So, yep, it's another Laserdisc game, baby. Every major trend in the coin-op industry over the years has resulted in the sudden appearance of new participants onto the scene, hoping to cash in on the anticipated boom times. Some rapidly vanish from the picture, arriving too late with too little to have any measurable impact. Others find a ready and willing marketplace for their products and remain actively involved in the continued evolution of the business. This has been the case when pinball was at the height of its popularity back in the mid to late 70s, and when video games began their ascent at about the same time. Now comes the Laserdisc age. And already we are witnessing new companies and individuals joining the ranks of more established firms. The majors, for the most part, haven't. Dun-dun-dun. Pitchman, Dr. Sly above, is an ingenious effort that combines live-action film footage with video-generated images seen here. Actually, no, this isn't generated at all. He can just do that. There's no image manipulation here. For an interactive experience unlike any other. That's the Roger Sharp. Oh, nice. Oh, the pinball guy. Nice. Been idle in developing their own systems. However, the rapid emergence of Dragon's Lair the past few months have tended to speed up the timetable. When Sega initially introduced Astron Belt last year, for the first time, coin-op businessmen saw that the disc technology could be incorporated into conventional cabinet design and be a viable addition to arcade entertainment. Previous to this demonstration, video discs as a broad-based category have been limited to industrial applications and some moderate successes in the area of home players. Along with pre-recorded programs. The problem, however, was in the public's willingness to embrace the home entertainment option given the strength and acceptance of video cassette recorders as a suitable medium, when not only delivered tapes of feature films and other attractions, but also allowed individuals to throw away their 8mm movie camera in favour of cassette cameras, as well as recording and playing back on-air programs whenever the mood struck. I won't read all of this, but let's see. As for the coin-op industry in this parallel course, the past 2 years have been made up of anxious moments. From the peaks reached during Pac-Man fever, videos have rapidly fallen from the limelight, losing much of their luster and excitement. This despite the fact that the industry continues to grow in size. Let's see. Oh shit, Milestars Mach 3 has undergone a cosmetic transformation. The rush to bring products to market in time for the AMOA convention has resulted in a shortage of hardware systems and even blank discs on which the various game scenarios must be translated. Wahoo encroachment approaching. Oh, no, don't worry. Don't worry, Vesles, it's alright here. Arriving too little too late to have any measurable impact in memory of Williams' foray into laserdiscs. Yeah, Astron Belt made them make Star Rider. So, okay, I am sort of skipping over this. But, so have you ever heard of laserdisc computer systems? Massachusetts, the Yankee Group, a well-respected Massachusetts marketing survey team, has already referred to LDCS as a dominant force in the industry. Well, if LDCS is going to dominate, it will be through the promotional genius of its president, the Don King of the video world, Robert Walker. It can't be claimed that Walker was the only American entrepreneur who warmed to the world of video games when he saw the numbers behind the phenomenon. His interest was aroused by the new fascination that had suddenly become the world's most prolific entertainment business. So, yeah, the Pitchman did not release. It was cancelled. And LDCS sort of went back to karaoke systems, which is what they were doing before, to little success. Slated to be unveiled for private, exclusive showings during the AMOA at the end of October, Pitchman should prove just how far Walker and his company have come in realising their goals, although one can't help but wonder if Eon might be lurking in the background, ready to take on yet another new frontiers of video game playing. What's Eon, then? Hold on, let's have a quick look here. Ah! So... Okay. The epic Walker was referring to is another addition to the Laserdisc lineup. If you're keeping track, Eon and the Time Tunnel not only received incredible advanced publicity, but it was also ushering in the age of dual-disc games. With Walker and his staff, including an Emmy Award-winning film producer, often working around the clock on Eon, the LCDS engineers seemed to adopt the Walker attitude, relentless pursuit of a positive ideal. And indeed, the effort was rewarding. A Wall Street Journal reporter who saw Eon called it a vision worthy of Steven Spielberg or Salvador Dali. Briefly explained, Eon was to be a tour through history, and included film footage of such relics as eerie ancient Welsh castles, as well as allowing players to travel through the time tunnel to get to points of futuristic intrigues and challenges. But as Walker's geniuses were putting the final touches on the epic, he was also becoming more familiar with the coin-op industry, and those individuals and executives responsible for the policy-making decisions. After enough meetings, Walker was convinced that he needed to modify his plan and regroup LDCS's activities. He was told that the game represented such a leap ahead that it was tantamount to putting the world's most sophisticated computer into the hands of a 10-year-old. The world just wasn't prepared for Eon. It would be wasted. In looking back on the ordeal, Walker stated that we had been thinking we had something that wasn't good enough. We wanted to produce the Gone with the Wind of video games, but were advised we'd be better off starting with the Pong of Laserdisc. Well, the months passed and Walker looked at his options, single disc or dual disc game, going to another manufacturer or producing the effort himself, and the decision was to opt for a single disc game which Stern will be releasing during the first quarter of 1984. Pitchman is an ingenious effort that combines live-action film footage with video-generated images for an interactive experience like no other. A lead character, Dr. Sly, brings a world of magical powers and graphic visuals to life with effects that embellish the challenge of pitting the player's skills and reflexes against this worthy adversary. So you might be thinking, okay, so Pitchman didn't release. What's this Eon and the Time Tunnel thing? That was actually their first game. And they mentioned that Stern was going to release it. They weren't going to release it as Eon and the Time Tunnel. They were going to release it as My White Whale, My Holy Grail, Atomic Castle. Look at this. Look at this. Stern Seaberg presents Laser Games' incredible Atomic Castle. Incredible. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this man. Look at this skeleton man. This is everything I've ever wanted from a Laserdisc game. Oh my god. No, it has to be real. Surely it exists. Steven Spielberg meets Salvador Dali. Look at it. Look at this. Look at this. Is beautiful. This is... Oh my god. Stern Electronics and Laserdisc Computer Systems are pleased to present the new generation in state-of-the-art coin-op excitement. Atomic Castle breaks new ground in Laserdisc technology to provide true gameplay and control as never before. With eye-catching production values comparable to feature films. Note, it was filmed in a castle in Wales, by the way. Atomic Castle uses dazzling live-action footage combined with advanced computer-generated effects in an adventure guaranteed to have players coming back for more. Yes, apparently the current-day Atari owns Atomic Castle. Atomic Castle brings to life an incredible multi-directional world of conquest and survival. Players must begin by travelling down the ramparts of an ancient alien fortress. Menacing targets fly out from the star-filled void of deep space as players battle against time and an ever-rising radiation meter which could reach in potential doom. Once the initial assault wave is completed, players entered the safety of the first of 3 decontamination chambers in the Atomic Castle. These dramatic interludes provide brief rest periods to award special bonus scoring values, as well as possible super secret bonus points for exceptionally skilled play. On level 2, the action shifts to the inner hallways and chambers of the Atomic Castle. All scoring values are automatically increased as players are confronted with an unbelievable legion of night beasts and other creatures. With scoring values further increased, Atomic Castle continues to unfold its intriguing storyline when players are pushed to the limit against Terminus, the Master Cyborg. This alien force is protected by a special gravitational energy field. Players must break down the defensive shields of this all-powerful being, as well as devise a strategy to successfully counter the Master Cyborg's time dilation effect. 5 times he will rise from the brink of destruction to continue this one-on-one battle. And for those cunning enough to make it past Terminus, one last challenge remains: to defeat the forces of Solaris. Rising up from a platform in the Atomic Castle nuclear vault is the ultimate doomsday device, which can only be neutralized and disarmed if the proper code can be entered before time runs out. And for Stern Electronics and Laserdisc Computer Systems have created a surefire winner with Atomic Castle. For the first time, a Laserdisc game plays like a conventional video game, with all the proven money-making ingredients to ensure high earnings and long-term player appeal at any location. Atomic Castle, the unique coin-op experience players will keep coming back to again and again, and Neo Atari owns this, and why haven't they re-released it yet? Just send me the tapes, please. I beg of you. Now, there is a place that did do a shit ton of research on Atomic Castle. Unfortunately, it's no longer on the internet. But it is archived. No, that's not it. Fuck, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so atomiccastle.com. Here it is. I highly recommend going through and reading all of this. There's like a bunch of interviews with people that worked on it to varying degrees. As an example, one of the interviews begins with Mark Millerstein, background, stated that he was a very minor part of LDCS and he began as an intern sanding down drywall. Now, they do give conflicting reports on some of the details about this. So, like, Mark Milstein says that Atomic Castle came first. Others say that Eon and the Time Tunnel came first, and when they realized that was too ambitious, they had to pare it down. But the site also says that this game was released as a conversion through Game Plan, and conversion kits were sold and or tested in the Illinois market. So, does it exist? Maybe. And there's conflicting reasons on why it might not have released. So I'm just taking these from some of these interviews. Two primary factors. Mark Milstein says that there were two primary factors. The dual disc machine was too costly. The request for a good game on a one-player machine to compete with the just-released Dragon's Lair could not be accommodated. And secondly, the whole arcade market dropped into a slump. Someone else, Keith Hamill, who worked on audio, says, Atomic Castle was the name I remember. There was a working version of the game. In fact, everything was working pretty well as I recall. However, there were two problems with the game. The first problem was that it played too long. It was too easy to master, and once you mastered it, you could play for quite a long period of time, so it would not have generated much money unless the difficulty was altered. The second problem was that there were images of wild animals like tigers, lions, and vicious dogs, and some people dressed up as scary characters like witches and skeletons, and the rumour was that these images were a problem when the game was sent out for testing. While people don't mind their 10-year-old kids pretending to kill aliens and inanimate objects, it was a problem when they were shooting at animals and real people wearing costumes. I can actually say Atari without ominous thunder in the background, yeah. So, yeah, that's one theory as to what happened. What was the other? And Bill Zettler, who was the software engineer, gives a different story. Pure numbers. The thing worked, it was reliable and it was fun, but the test market runs didn't indicate that it would be a #1 hit. Arcade owners at the time were incredibly spoiled. And they could afford to wait until someone offered them a game that would have maximised guaranteed return on their investment. Also, compared to games like Dragon's Lair, which had a computer that consisted of a Z80 and an EPROM on a 3x5 circuit card, Atomic Castle was expensive, so the arcade guys could do better. Oh, sorry, I better have a better image. There we go. Also, you might check to see where LDCS's relationship with Stern Electronics was at the time. That may have already been shattered. If I was one of the business people, I'd obviously have a clear memory of that. Anyway, Stern Electronics. So the site says. So we got a raw situation here. Oh my god. So at this point, it says. Stern Electronics. Gary Stern, now there's a character, may have had refusal on Atomic Castle, or may have owned the rights outright, or whatever. Stern was having big problems around that time as well. You want a story? Check out Cliffhanger and Gary Stern, and then in parentheses, story retracted until corroboration can be made. No! No, tell me the story! I want to know! Yeah, Seaberg was involved with Stern. Yeah, Cliffhanger did get released, but apparently there's a story behind it. I want to know what that story is. So, do you understand? Do you see why I want to see Atomic Castle more than anything from the 1980s? Do you see? Do you see what I'm getting at? So that's the 1980s game. What about the 1990s game that I want? Well, does anyone recognise this logo? I bet you don't. I've got some flyers for you. Oh my god. Rebellion X! The last battle. What is this? What is this video game? So first off, this is obviously Tetsuo Hara inspired artwork. It's that. It's that one. Yes. Yeah, I did do the Freudian slip. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Axel. No, wait, shit, that's Guns N' Roses. Fuck. Steve Tyler. There we go. Here starts the last battle in game history. The evil ruler, the brave fighter. The ultimate commanders gathered here. Rebellion X is the story about the most mighty fighters in history. The best trained skills work here between good and evil in Rebellion X. The most powerful fighter in Rebellion X is you. Look at these characters. Look at this. Look at this. The best one. The 7 commanders have their own individual characteristics. As a player, you can choose and control one of them. The best 2. The opponent is also at your option. The best 3. Here is the impact of fighter. There are 2 bonus stages. Oh, here is the impact of anger. Sorry. The best 4. The toughest bosses are waiting for you at the final battle. Let's take a look. So this is made by a company called Justice Computer. I've got basically no information on them. Here is the impact of anger. Here's your characters. And who is that? Not Shachi from Hokuto no Ken 2 on the top far right. Yep. Simply the best. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's one flyer. Here's the second flyer. The ultimate commanders gather here. 256 Mega Shock. So what is this game? Well, if you believe the blog post from retroblazer.es, it's some kind of Street Fighter 2 knockoff. But it clearly there's clearly something else going on here, because that's not like a hack at Street Fighter, right? The battle stage of Fire Kong. The battle stage of Bathera. The adventures of Battle Stage. Come see us at booth number 1095 at AMOA Expo 93. Kit or dedicated 25-inch EGA monitor, 256 megs, 204 movements, 20 background stages, 10 characters, 1 or 2 player, 6 buttons, 8-way joystick, horizontal monitor, new character transformation. What? Direct competition, interchangeable with Street Fighter game series. Here's our characters. Elis. Lethal skill, Shining Moon. Bloody hell. Lethal skill, Technical Boom. Shinobu. Lethal skill, Kiluken. Bloody hell. I love bloody hell so much. Raijin. Lethal skill, Thunder. Big Mama. Lethal skill, Anger Warp. Also, every character has a rate between A, A-, AA, and AAA. Meaning unknown. General Lee. Lethal skill, Technical Boom. Fire Kong. Lethal skill, Flying Body Attack. Akira. Lethal skill, Iron Nail. Fu Jin. Lethal skill, Strong Breather. I believe that's the Nanto Seiken. Is that right? What's the name of that? The kick thing? They're doing it? Lady Bathera. Raptor at power. So not Shachi is Fujin, yep. There's traced portrait art. Okay, that would make sense. Not quite Nanto Gokutoken. No, not quite. So yeah, this appears to be like a Street Fighter 2, knockoff. But like, it's got unique characters. Produced by JCO in Japan. J-World USA, Korea J-World. Don't send anything to those addresses, please. I mean, something is going on here. We can't really see the screenshots very well. These might just be mock-ups, we don't know. In Japan. They're doing the kick thing, they are. But that blog post also has this, which I believe is a photo of them at AMOA 93. So this is real. It was on a cabinet. It's got the 6 buttons. It's got the marquee. Is there really a game here? Is it? What is it? Yeah, I like Big Mama. It's good. I want to know, like, even if it's just like a graphics hack of Street Fighter 2, I want to see it. Oh, and there's no HUD on the screen. That makes me suspicious. Maybe they just... Maybe there's no monitor in there. They just put a bit of paper in and say, oh no, this is busted. It's not working. But I saw that flyer and I instantly fell in love. Exactly like Atomic Castle. Because I was like, oh my god. I want to see it so bad. Look, you can make it fit in with the others. Hey? Could be an attract mode demo. Could be. Yeah, that's possible. Could be a demo. I just want to know what it is. They find the Masters Fighter eventually. Maybe they can find this. And now it's time for the showstopper. Now it's time for the showstopper because the show is literally going to stop because of this. Right, where's the button? Here it is. So this is Video Fever. You know, before we end, yeah, very obviously Hokuto no Ken inspired characters there, but they're really cool. How much benefit the doubt to give these guys considering how weird the flyer is? Yeah, it's... But okay, so this is Video Fever, games people play from ABC News LA about arcade video games recorded in 1982.
Video games are the latest craze to sweep the country and most of the world too. Millions of people are addicted to hours of gazing at electronic images on game screens in arcades and in their own homes.
This is going somewhere.
Games so popular? Well, we search for an answer as we begin a special series on Video Fever, games people play.
Let me know how the volume is.
It is a cacophony of sounds from a symphony of electronics. If you're filling your time capsules these days, don't forget a bit of Frogger, or Mousetrap.
Mousetrap mentioned!
Or Pac-Man, or Ms. Pac-Man. They are video games. They are as American, well, as international as war. We've got that too.
What?
In 1981...
Sorry, hold on. What? Volume a bit too loud. Okay, I can crank it down a bit. Sorry, I had to...
Well, as international as war. We've got that too. In 1981, Americans popped in between $5 and $9 billion worth of quarters and tokens into the slots of arcade video games. Pac-Man alone digested $200 million for its manufacturer, Bally Corporation's Midway. No human could begin to compute how many Pac-Man dots were gobbled
as
up.
international as
little
war.
Children and adults
extremely normal sentence. What's more American than taking credit for things? Suddenly the American news parodies in the day-to-day make more sense. International as war. Yeah, I love MGS4 Guns of the Patriots.
One study estimates that we spent 75,000.
This is worth posting immediately. Already, it's paying off.
Before video games, there were other attractions. Here's a sound to remember: the quiet ride of the silver ball, the ding of the bells as it hit the bumpers.
Why is he describing it so erotically?
Remember pinball machines like these, and pool tables like these. People my age and a little bit older. I spent a lot of time during the summer playing a pinball machine like this, and I remember the one thing.
Sorry. The media break segments in RoboCop were more subtle than this.
You could always get it up to about 99,999 before it rotated back to zero. Now with electronic games, you can go to 1 million, or 2 million, or 9,999,999.
Ultimate wood grain arcade, yes.
The fun and part of the frustration. Part of the fascination is the way the games are designed. Take 13-year-old Paul Glatzer playing Zaxxon. The game is three-dimensional. The screen is full of tricks to avoid. Your airplane moves faster than the speed of sound. Your tongue hungers for a kill.
I like details on it
I'm sorry, what?
Part of it is
I like the details.
speed of sound. Your tongue hungers for a kill.
Does your tongue hunger for a kill in Zaxxon?
Details on the games.
Maybe in Super Zaxxon, but...
These games would not be any fun at all if there were no sound. But there is, and that is why...
Okay, that's clever editing. I like that.
2.5 hours, on 1/4, mind you, and play Galaga.
That's how it's pronounced.
I could have done that for longer.
I just didn't want to.
While we attack...
The United Way kicked off an...
Huh? Well, video games fever has prompted a number of businesses to try to cash in on that billion-dollar craze. Book publishers and even movie producers are trying to make video games pay off for them. We go...
Now, this is kind of edited a bit strange, like there's bits that are missing. We are getting to the point, I promise you.
Video games factory, and learn just how others are making their share of the big money as we continue our special service Video Fever, games people play.
Created new industries, like these video game books. How to win video games.
How to win video games.
Video game superstars. The video game industry has now even given birth to its own motion picture, Tron. Where a young...
Oh, shit. Okay, we can't show this. Fuck.
Who are altered on the arcade Chicago at the Valley Corporation's Midway plant. Here they are turning out Tron games as fast as they can. These workers are under so much pressure, company executives asked us not to spend too much time shooting the factory for fear it would slow the workers. That gives you some idea how competitive the business is. Incidentally, the Bally Company is the same one who gave us Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Defenders, and Asteroids. On the average, it can take up to 2 years and several $100,000.
All right, okay.
From the
There's a bit missing there. How to have intercourse with a video game.
Locations
that's
changes.
You can't tell people I'm writing that.
There are secret testing locations and programming changes.
We go by what we call what's in the cash box.
You know, the cash, like I was mentioning, the cash box is a cruel mistress.
And that's what we go by.
Jack Middle is president of Taito America. This is a company that first had Space Invaders until it sold the license to Bally. Sometimes this can get a little confusing. Taito let us videotape in a room called Deep Engineering. Without being overdramatic about the whole thing, this is the most secure room in the plant. This is where the game gets its life and personality from computer programmers. Because of the fierce competition among video game companies, Taito requested we do not use last names. But Rex is working with Mark on a new game called Toasters and Chainsaws.
There it is. Stop on that frame. Enhance. Yep, this is what I was leading up to. Toasters and chainsaws. So, now, you notice that part where they said they were in deep engineering? Well, this is a quote from John Morgan, who was one of the people who made one of my favourite arcade games ever, Zookeeper. In 1982, Keith Egging was the director of creativity, or some weird title like that. He always had a human skull on his desk, which opened up on a hinge and was filled with Hershey's Kisses. One day, a TV news crew came over to do some interview, and Keith showed them around. He took them back into our area and really played it up, fed them some pretty thick bull, which they really ate up. He took them to the furthest office of cubicles and said that this was deep thought, where all the heaviest thinking took place. Of course, this is just made up, the office being picked for its distance only. But hey, they bought it. The main programmers, me, Mark Blasik and Rex Battenberg, took off on this and other of Keith's tall tales, and frequently made up whoppers about everything under the sun to one-up each other with our far-fetched stories. Pretty cool for those days. The general consensus is that Toasters and Chainsaws was made up. It's not real. Observe.
Mark is computing what will appear on the screen.
That's Wild Western.
Computer to synthesize.
That's just Wild Western. That's not.
That's the arcades. It is hours and hours of hard work, often tedious for the company, not very rewarding until the
most popular.
So yeah, that's just Wild Western. There are multiple stories about it, but the general consensus is that they made it up. They didn't want people stealing their ideas outside the company, so they just made up a funny title. and made a marquee for it and just left it in the office for the news crew to see. It was a red herring. They were just fucking with people, and that's great. The B-roll you get, not the B-roll you want. We're going live! Well, someone sort of did, because there's apparently a slot machine called Chainsaws and Toasters, which is completely unrelated. Anyway, there is more to that report, so I'm going to put that here. They must stop him. He really is a shit. It is a hoax game. But yeah, there we go. That's the showstopper. I love toasters and chainsaws. But I love that they called it deep engineering and they just made shit up. That's really funny. And I mean, the thing is though, like, can you imagine doing that? Can you imagine making up an arcade game and like taunting people with it throughout the entirety of a stream? Just in the background, not even really like highlighting it. Can you imagine doing that? That'd be really fucked up. I don't think people should do that personally. I think it's wrong to make up arcade games, but I would never do that. Absolutely not, never. Why would you think I'd do that? So hurtful. Okay. Alright, this stream is over. Oh god, where's the button to make it stop?
Any minute now, and it's gonna be Chomp City.
Taito pioneering in the world of fake games.
There's something I think you ought to know. What is it? I think
If it's any consolation, hold on, I'll wait for it to stop.
Hey, Pepper! I think I just caught Pat Jaws!
If it's any consolation, I find myself calling Blinky Clyde repeatedly when I'm thinking of that clip, because I just get them mixed up. It wouldn't be grand if another Atari prototype turned up days after this stream. That's what I've done it for. That's the only reason I did this stream. I was like, we can will something into existence here. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm still recovering from that stream. I think it went pretty well. Thank you for showing up, everyone, for all of the follows and the bits. Can't believe you didn't show off Rhinoceros Bear Command. Stream is ruined. Yep. I didn't show off Don Bear Near either. I'm an absolute fraud. Throwing in a Panipon 64 dump request just in case. Yep. we did encounter some technical hurdles mid through the stream, but I think I managed to get away with it. We managed to recover. I had to cut a few games, but not huge ones, and I'm glad we showed off Vertexer, glad we got to show off a couple of the Neo Geo games, and of course, Toasters and Chainsaws. So, oh no, no problem, Electric Boogaloo. I was like, it feels right to include Hot Rod Rebels, because I was trying to limit the amount of Atari games, but I was like, no, that one seems correct. It was. I did show off Nightmare. I fucking love Nightmare. I've played that at California Extreme. It kicks ass. Now time to delay the stream with chat. Yeah, well, we've got like a minute left, so that is absolutely going to happen. Yes. So here's the links. Hold on. Bear with. I got to open this. I got to open this, and then I got to do this. So here is a link to the playlist, which didn't fully play. That's fine. Your number one source for Karum Cat and Captain Zap information. Thank you for doing that for us. And here is the super sick link dump. This also includes a bunch of games that I had to leave out. So all of the reading sources and videos are here, and I want to read this part out because I feel it's important. So again, our starting point for this stream was the Undumped wiki, and from there, you know, I looked at the external websites, and you know, I looked at websites that I remember because, you know, I have a tendency to hoover up information. And, you know, I listed where we got images from, where we got reading info from, and all the videos. And I want to make it clear that this stream would not have happened. It would be nothing, absolutely nothing, if it wasn't for the work of bloggers, posters, preservationists, image and video uploaders, and arcade enthusiasts who keep the flag flying and document this info. I didn't want people to think that, oh, I've done all this myself, you know. I'm merely a presenter of the information, and I wanted to give proper credit, so I hope I was able to do that. So there you are. And there it is, Happy Klonoa. Oh my god! I put that one in today! Yes! Shout out to the Lost Media wiki editors, even when we make fun of them, yep. But no, I wanted to make that like 100% clear, because maybe the video that looked at Undumped arcade games that went up like a few days before this, maybe it doesn't source where half the photos come from or half the info comes from. Just an observation. And also, it got the bouncer story wrong. They missed out all the parts where they were selling the tech to Honeywell. You can't see that screenshot without hearing the Blood Debts theme. Oh, I see you are a chatter of culture. Sources, that's a Valve game thing. Okay, right. Well, thank you all so much for staying with me for 5 hours while I talked a load of nonsense. But it was fun though. Oh, Gabriel Dropout's great. That's why I made sure to put more shots in the rotation. So let's see. Is there anyone streaming that we know? Ooh, it's Lord BBH's birthday stream. Yep, he's playing Rygar. This tracks. So thank you all so much for showing up. Contents of Friday's stream to be determined. Maybe we do Operation Night Strikers? Maybe. I thought about the Blood Debts shot. I'm not sure if I can get it all in frame. I might consider that. But for now, it's BBH's birthday, so go say hi. Wish him a happy birthday. And I will see you next time. So take care, everyone. Bye bye.